Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this? Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. The renovation. I never should have bought this house. That's what everyone says after a haunting, right? But I really shouldn't have bought this house. The listing price was suspiciously low for the Cambridge area. A Victorian-era home with original hardwood floors, crown molding, and enough square footage to actually have a home office. The realtor mentioned something vague about the previous owners leaving suddenly due to family circumstances, but I was too excited about finally owning property in this outrageously expensive market to dig deeper. Besides, what family doesn't have circumstances? The home inspection revealed the usual century-old house problems: outdated wiring, some water damage in the basement, creaky floorboards. Nothing particularly alarming. I was actually relieved. I'd budgeted for renovations, expecting far worse. The inspector did note some unusual modifications to the original floor plan, with certain walls appearing to have been added in the 1960s that didn't quite match the home's architectural style. But again, what old house doesn't have quirks from decades of different owners? I closed on the property in October. The autumn light filtered beautifully through the tall windows, casting warm patterns across the worn floors. The rooms still held that peculiar emptiness of a just-purchased house, that liminal space between someone else's home and your own. I spent that first week making plans, measuring rooms, and researching contractors. I wanted to restore some of the home's original Victorian charm while updating it for modern living. The first strange thing I noticed was the temperature. Certain spots in the house were inexplicably cold, even with the heating running full blast. I initially blamed poor insulation, but these cold spots seemed to move. One day the master bedroom would be freezing. The next it would be perfectly comfortable while the kitchen became an icebox. The contractors I hired to update the heating system couldn't find any obvious issues with the HVAC. It was during the initial demolition phase that we found it. The crew was removing some of the newer drywall to expose the original plaster walls when their tools struck something solid. Behind the drywall was another wall, but this one had a door. The door was made of thick, dark wood, with ornate carvings around the frame that matched the home's Victorian aesthetic. It had clearly been part of the original construction, but at some point, someone had sealed it away behind a false wall. There was no doorknob, just a simple brass handle. The crew looked to me for direction. Part of me wanted to seal it back up immediately. There had to be a reason someone had hidden it, right? But curiosity won out. I gave them the go-ahead to clear away the remaining drywall. The door opened with surprising ease, its hinges silent despite decades of disuse. Behind it was a small room, maybe 6'8" feet, with no windows. The walls were covered in the same elaborate Victorian wallpaper found elsewhere in the house, though here it was faded to an indeterminate grayish color. The hardwood floor was bare except for a single wooden chair in the center of the room. The chair was positioned to face the corner. Something about that chair made my skin crawl. It was a simple piece, probably from the same era as the house, but its positioning seemed deliberately unsettling. Who would put a single chair facing a corner, and why seal up the entire room? The crew was clearly unnerved. I tried to laugh it off. Probably just an old punishment room for naughty children. But no one smiled. I told them to take a break, while I documented the discovery for my renovation blog. As I photographed the room, I noticed other odd details. There were scratch marks on the floor around the chair legs, as if it had been repeatedly dragged into that exact position. The wallpaper in the corner the chair faced was more deteriorated than the rest, with long vertical tiers running from floor to ceiling, and despite the decades of dust coating everything else, the chair's seat was clean, as if recently used. I closed the door and told the crew to continue with their scheduled work elsewhere in the house. We could deal with this room later. But as they packed up their tools that evening, I caught them making furtive glances toward that corner of the house. I didn't blame them. Even with the door closed and hidden from view, you could feel its presence, like a weight pressing against your consciousness. That night I had trouble sleeping. The house seemed different now, as if finding that room had changed something fundamental about its character. The usual creaks and settling noises of an old home took on new meaning. I could have sworn I heard scratching coming from inside the walls. When I came downstairs the next morning, all of my furniture had been rearranged. Every chair, every couch, every stool was turned to face that corner of the house where we'd found the door. Even the heavy antique buffet had been rotated 90 degrees. I called the police. The responding officers were sympathetic but unhelpful. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing was missing, and technically no crime had been committed. They suggested I install security cameras and made some notes for their report. I spent the rest of the day putting everything back in place, trying to convince myself there must be a rational explanation. Maybe I had a very specific burglar with an interest in interior design. The security company couldn't come until the following week, so I pushed my heavy dresser in front of the bedroom door before going to bed. The scratching in the walls was louder that night. It seemed to move through the house, traveling from room to room in a circular pattern. Around 3 a.m., I distinctly heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate steps that stopped right outside my door. I lay perfectly still, watching the shadow visible beneath the door, waiting for someone to try the handle. After what felt like hours, the shadow moved away. The next morning, all the furniture was facing the corner again, including my dresser. When the contractors arrived, they immediately noticed something was off. Their tools from the previous day, which they'd locked in the garage, were arranged in a perfect circle in the center of the living room floor. Each tool was positioned with mechanical precision, forming a complete circle with exactly equal spacing between items. In the center of the circle was the chair from the hidden room. 2 of the contractors quit on the spot. Can't say I blame them. The foreman, a burly man named Mike, who'd been in construction for 20 years, tried to convince them to stay. "Look, weird stuff happens in old houses," he said. "We can work somewhere else in the building, leave this area alone." That's when we heard the humming. It was coming from the hidden room, a soft melodic sound like someone quietly singing to themselves. We all froze. The humming grew louder, more distinct. It was a woman's voice, singing what sounded like a lullaby. But the words were wrong somehow, like English played backwards. Mike approached the door slowly, his hand reaching for the handle. I wanted to stop him, to tell him not to open it, but I couldn't make my voice work. He pushed the door open. The room was empty except for the chair, which was still in the center of the floor where we'd left it. But now there were handprints on the walls, hundreds of them, overlapping, made in what looked like ash or dark soil. They started at about waist height and continued up the walls and across the ceiling, all oriented toward that corner. The humming had stopped. The remaining crew packed up their tools and left. Mike promised to call me later about continuing the renovation, but his voice shook as he said it. I knew he wouldn't be back. I should have left too. Any sane person would have run from that house and never looked back. But I'd sunk my entire savings into this place, and some stubborn part of me refused to be driven out by what was probably just an elaborate prank. I called a paranormal investigator instead. The investigator, a middle-aged woman named Sarah with graying hair and sensible shoes, arrived that afternoon. She didn't seem fazed by my story, calmly setting up various pieces of equipment while I recounted the events of the past few days. She had me draw a floor plan of the house, marking the location of the hidden room, and noting where all the furniture had been repositioned. Interesting pattern, she said, studying my drawing. It's not just that everything faces the corner. It's all arranged in concentric circles with decreasing radius as you get closer to that room, like a spiral drawing inward. She looked up at me. Have you sat in the chair? The question sent a chill down my spine. No, of course not. Why would I? Because you want to. It wasn't a question. You've been thinking about it, haven't you? Wondering what it would feel like, just for a moment. I started to deny it, but she was right. Ever since we'd found that room, some part of me had been drawn to that chair. Even now I could feel its pull, like a physical sensation in my chest. Sarah nodded as if I'd confirmed something. That's how it starts. The compulsion grows stronger over time. Previous owners. She trailed off as a loud thump came from upstairs, followed by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. We rushed up the stairs to find my bed had been moved. It was now pointed toward the corner, its headboard pressed against the wall as if trying to phase through it, to align with that hidden room. While we stood there processing this, all the lights in the house went out. In the sudden darkness, I heard Sarah intake breath sharply. Do you smell that? I did. It was a musty, organic smell, like wet soil and decaying leaves. It seemed to be coming from the walls themselves, and underneath it, barely detectable, was the metallic tang of blood. The scratching started again, more intense than before. It was all around us now, a frenzied scratching punctuated by dull thuds, as if multiple someones were trying to claw their way through the walls. Sarah's equipment began beeping and whirring, the displays lighting up with activity. Then we heard the singing. It was the same backwards lullaby as before, but now it was coming from multiple voices, all slightly out of sync with each other. The effect was profoundly wrong, like a corrupted audio file played through broken speakers. The voices seemed to be moving, circling us in the darkness. Sarah's face was illuminated by her equipment's displays, casting harsh shadows that made her look skull-like. We need to leave, she said. Now. Before... The singing stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, we heard footsteps coming from the hidden room. Slow, deliberate steps moving toward the door. We ran. Outside, the autumn evening was jarringly normal. Cars drove past. Leaves skittered across the sidewalk. Somewhere a dog was barking. Sarah's professional demeanor had cracked. Her hands shook as she packed up her equipment. I can recommend some colleagues who specialize in cleansing houses, she said. But honestly, my professional advice would be to sell. Whatever's in there, it's old, and it's patient, and it's been feeding for a very long time. Feeding on what? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. She gestured to my phone, which was still displaying the floor plan we'd drawn. The spiral pattern of furniture now seemed obvious, almost painfully so. Notice anything about the dimensions of that hidden room? It's exactly the same size as the original house's parlor, according to the historic plans I found. That room shouldn't exist. There's not enough space for it. It's as if it's been folded somehow, tucked into a corner of reality where it doesn't belong. She continued, "The chair is a focus point, an anchor. When someone sits in it, well, let's just say the previous owners didn't leave due to family circumstances. They're still here in a way, parts of them at least, and they're not alone. I spent that night in a hotel, researching the house's history. The more I dug, the more disturbing the pattern became. Every few decades, a family would move in, begin renovations, and then disappear. The official records cited various reasons: foreclosure, family emergency, job relocation, but the timing was always the same. It happened shortly after they started opening up walls. The earliest record I could find was from 1891, when the original owner, a wealthy industrialist named Theodore Barrett, began extensive renovations on the house. According to newspaper articles from the time, Barrett became increasingly obsessed with sacred geometry and dimensional folding. His journals, excerpts of which were published after his disappearance, described experiments with non-Euclidean spaces and attempts to create a door where there should be no door. Barrett's wife reported that he spent hours sitting in their parlor, staring at the corner, muttering about the angles being all wrong. She said he would walk in circles around the house, measuring distances that somehow never added up the same way twice. The last entry in his journal read simply, "The corner is not a corner, it is a curve, and we are all already around it." 2 months later, the entire Barrett family vanished. The house stood empty for years until, in 1918, a young couple bought it and began their own renovations. Their story ended the same way. I should have taken Sarah's advice and sold the house immediately, but something kept me from contacting a realtor. The same something that kept drawing my thoughts back to that chair, wondering what Barrett had seen while sitting in it, wondering what all the others had seen before they. The scratching in the walls is getting louder now. The handprints have begun appearing throughout the house, on the ceiling, in the bathrooms, under the beds, always pointed toward that corner. The singing comes more frequently, and sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. Dark shapes walking in perfect circles, their movements synchronized like planets in orbit. My furniture rearranges itself every night now, and I've stopped trying to move it back. The spiral pattern is almost beautiful once you understand it. Everything flowing toward a central point, drawn by an inexorable gravity. I find myself walking in circles too, measuring rooms that seem larger on the inside than simple geometry should allow. The chair calls to me. Every day the compulsion grows stronger. I dream about sitting in it, about finally seeing what Barrett saw, about understanding why the corner is not a corner but a curve. I dream about joining the others in their endless circling, adding my voice to their backward songs. I'm writing this as a warning, I suppose, though I doubt it will make a difference. The house will find new owners after I'm gone, and they too will begin renovations, and they too will find that door. Or perhaps they'll find a different door, leading to the same room that is somehow both here and not here, contained within itself, like a Klein bottle or a Mobius strip. The scratching is very loud tonight. The walls pulse with it, like a heartbeat, like breathing. The handprints are spreading across my desk as I write, appearing one by one, reaching toward that corner that is not a corner. The singing is starting again, and I recognize some of the voices now. Soon, I'll recognize all of them. I know I should leave, run, escape while I still can. but the chair is waiting and I'm so very tired of fighting its pull. Maybe I'll just sit for a moment, just a moment to see what Barrett saw, to understand why the angles are wrong, why the measurements never add up, why the corner is really a curve. Just for a moment. I can hear them walking now, circling, circling. Their footsteps echo through spaces that shouldn't exist, marking time like a metronome. The handprints have reached my fingers as I type these last words. They're so warm. Everything is warm here, despite the cold spots. Everything is connected, curved, folded in on itself like an origami universe. The chair is calling. I think I'll sit down now, just for a moment, just to see, just to understand why the corner is not a... The following text was found carved into the wall of the hidden room, beneath layers of handprints. The corner is not a corner. The door is not a door. The room is not a room. We are not alone. We are not separate. We are all around the curve. Come sit with us, just for a moment, just for a moment. The Dollhouse Tapes. It started last October when Jenny, my oldest friend from college, called me out of the blue. We hadn't spoken in months. Life, jobs, the usual drift. But her voice on the phone made my stomach drop. She sounded hollow, distant, like she was speaking from underwater. Sarah, I need... She trailed off, and I heard what might have been a shaky breath. I need you to come look at something. Please, I can't tell if I'm losing it. Jenny, what's wrong? The autumn wind rattled my apartment windows and I pulled my cardigan tighter. Are you okay? Can you come over? Tonight? Please? There was something raw in her voice that scared me. Jenny was always the collected one, the one who kept me grounded during finals week panic attacks and bad breakups. Hearing her like this felt wrong, like watching a parent cry. Of course, I said, already reaching for my keys. Text me your new address. I'll be there in an hour. The drive to Jenny's place took me through unfamiliar suburbs, rows of identical houses with manicured lawns fading to brown in the October chill. Her neighborhood was older, full of Victorian-style homes with wraparound porches and elaborate trim work. The kind of houses that look charming in daylight but menacing after dark. All sharp angles and deep shadows. Jenny's house sat at the end of a dead-end street, partially hidden behind overgrown hedges. The porch light was out, and I had to use my phone's flashlight to find the front steps. The wood creaked under my feet, that distinct elderly house sound that always makes you wonder about structural integrity. She opened the door before I could knock. Jenny looked wrong. Her normally sleek, dark hair was unwashed and tangled, her eyes ringed with shadows that spoke of sleepless nights. She wore what looked like the same Northwestern sweatshirt from our college days, now threadbare and stained. "Thank God you're here," she whispered, pulling me inside. The house was freezing, and I could see her breath in the dim entryway. "I need you to tell me I'm not crazy. I need someone else to see it." "See what?" I asked, following her up a narrow staircase. Family photos lined the walls. Jenny and her husband Mark's wedding, vacation snapshots, her parents. Normal things that somehow felt off, like props arranged to create the illusion of a happy home. "Jenny, you're scaring me. Where's Mark?" "Conference in Seattle. He's been gone 2 weeks." She laughed, a sharp sound with no humor in it. "He thinks I'm having some kind of breakdown. Keeps talking about postpartum depression, about seeing someone. But this isn't. This is real. You'll see." The mention of postpartum made my chest tight. Jenny had lost the baby 6 months ago, late in the second trimester. I should have been there more, should have called more often. Some friend I was. We reached the second floor, and Jenny led me to what must have been meant as a nursery. The walls were a soft yellow, but the room was empty except for a large dollhouse in the center of the floor. It was beautiful in an antique way, Victorian style, matching Jenny's actual house, with intricate gingerbread trim and tiny, perfect shutters. Mark's mother gave it to us when we told her I was pregnant, Jenny said, kneeling beside it. Family heirloom, supposedly. Been passed down for generations. She reached out with trembling fingers but stopped just short of touching it. Watch. I knelt beside her, knees cracking against the hardwood floor. Up close, the dollhouse was even more impressive. Every detail was perfect, from the miniature door knocker to the tiny books visible through the windows. But something felt off. The proportions were slightly wrong, the windows a bit too tall, the doors at slightly odd angles. Looking at it too long made my eyes hurt. Jenny, what a... Shh, she hissed, eyes fixed on the dollhouse. Listen. At first I heard nothing but the usual old house sounds, settling foundations, creaking wood, the whisper of wind through old windows. Then, something else. A soft scratching, like mice in the walls, but rhythmic, deliberate. It seemed to be coming from inside the dollhouse, but that was impossible, wasn't it? There's more, Jenny whispered. Her hand found mine in the dark, ice cold and shaking. Watch the nursery window. Top floor. I leaned closer, squinting at the tiny window she indicated. The room beyond was dark, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out what looked like a miniature nursery. A crib, a rocking chair, tiny stuffed animals arranged with obsessive care. The scratching got louder. Then I saw it. Movement. Just a flicker, but unmistakable. Something inside that tiny room was moving. Jesus! I jerked back, heart pounding. There must be a mechanism or something, like those animated Christmas displays. Jenny shook her head slowly. I thought that too. I took it apart looking for motors, batteries, anything. There's nothing, just wood and paint and... She swallowed hard. And sometimes, late at night, I hear crying, baby crying. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Jenny, maybe Mark is right about talking to someone. After everything you've been through... I knew you wouldn't believe me, she said flatly. Nobody does, but I can prove it. She stood suddenly, moving to a shelf I hadn't noticed before. Look at this. She handed me what looked like an old VHS tape, the label worn away with age. I set up a camera last week, one of those old camcorders Mark's dad gave us. Digital ones won't work. They just show static. But this? She grabbed my arm, fingers digging in painfully. You have to watch it with me. Please. I wanted to say no. Everything in me was screaming to get out of that house, to get Jenny help, to call Mark or her parents or anyone. But the desperation in her voice stopped me. Okay, I said. Okay, do you have a VCR? She led me back downstairs to what must have been meant as a living room, though it held only a TV on a stand and a single rocking chair. The chair was moving slightly, though there was no breeze. Must be the uneven floorboards, I told myself firmly. Jenny hooked up an ancient VCR with shaking hands and inserted the tape. Static filled the screen, then resolved into a grainy image of the dollhouse at night, lit only by moonlight through the nursery windows. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, there, Jenny pointed. On screen, a shadow moved past the tiny windows. Too large to be a doll, too small to be human. the image distorted, tracking lines rolling across the screen, but I could make out something rocking in that miniature chair, back and forth, back and forth. The static grew louder, took on an almost rhythmic quality, like breathing or crying. The tape jumped, skipped. When the image stabilized, the camera was closer to the dollhouse, close enough to see inside that tiny room, close enough to see. I'm not going to describe what I saw in that window. I can't. My mind shies away from it like a hand from a hot stove. But I remember the sound I made, a thin, animal whimper of pure terror. Jenny just nodded. You see? You see it too? Her voice was eager, almost triumphant. I'm not crazy. It's real. The tape continued, but I couldn't watch anymore. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up, my whole body shaking. When I came back, Jenny was rewinding the tape with methodical care. Jenny, I said carefully, we need to get rid of that dollhouse. Burn it, break it up, whatever. This isn't right. Don't you think I've tried? She laughed that horrible laugh again. Nothing works. Fire won't catch, tools break. And when I tried to throw it out, she pulled up her sleeve, revealing angry red scratches down her arm. It came back. It always comes back. Then we'll try harder. We'll figure something out. I pulled out my phone. I'm calling Mark. He needs to come home. No, Jenny knocked the phone from my hand with surprising strength. He'll just try to have me committed again, like after the baby. She wrapped her arms around herself, rocking slightly. I have to figure this out. There has to be a reason. A connection. What do you mean, a connection? She took a deep breath. I found something. In Mark's mother's attic when we were cleaning out her house last month. Look. She retrieved a manila envelope from a drawer and spread its contents on the floor. Newspaper clippings mostly, yellowed with age. They told fragments of a story, missing children, spanning decades. All from this area, all from families who had owned the dollhouse. It's not just a coincidence, Jenny whispered. It can't be. And look at this one. She pointed to the oldest clipping from 1947. The photo showed a young woman being led away by police, her face twisted in anguish. Behind her, barely visible, was the dollhouse. The woman could have been Jenny's twin. I dream about her sometimes, Jenny said softly. She lost a baby too. Late term. But she found a way to get it back. Through the dollhouse somehow. Only it wasn't really her baby that came back. Jenny, stop! My voice was shaking. We need to get you help. Real help. She wasn't listening. I hear it at night. Crying. Coming from the nursery. The real nursery. But when I go look, there's nothing there. Just the empty room and that damn rocking chair moving by itself. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Sometimes I think if I just went in the dollhouse, if I could make myself small enough. Stop it! I grabbed her shoulders. Listen to yourself. This isn't the answer. Whatever this thing is, it's feeding on your grief. You can't let it. For a moment, I thought I'd gotten through. Then her face hardened. You don't understand. You can't. Just go. I shouldn't have called you. I'm not leaving you alone with that thing. Get out! She screamed, shoving me toward the door. Get out! Get out! Get out! I stumbled backward, caught off guard by her strength. As I fell, my elbow knocked against something, the VCR. The tape ejected with a mechanical shriek, and I grabbed it without thinking. Jenny lunged for it, but I was faster. I ran, taking the porch steps 2 at a time, her screams following me into the night. I drove home in a daze, the tape burning a hole in my passenger seat. I tried calling Jenny the next morning. No answer. Same the next day, and the next. I called Mark, but it went straight to voicemail. Finally, I drove back to the house, heart pounding the whole way. The police were already there. They found Jenny in the nursery. The official report says she died of exposure, hypothermia, despite all the windows being closed and the heat being on. The temperature in that room was 30 degrees below the rest of the house, and they never figured out why. The dollhouse was gone, no sign of it anywhere. But they found something else, something that didn't make it into the official report. My friend on the force told me later, voice shaking. In the corner of the nursery, they found tiny footprints in the dust, baby-sized, leading to the wall, then stopping. Like something very small had been walking there. And on the rocking chair, the real one, life-sized, they found a single perfect scratch mark. Too big for a doll, too small for a human hand. I still have the tape. I know I should destroy it, but I can't bring myself to. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear it calling to me from the drawer where I keep it. A soft scratching sound, like tiny fingers on wood. And sometimes, in my dreams, I see Jenny. She's in a beautiful Victorian nursery, rocking a baby that isn't quite right. She looks up at me through the window and smiles, but her face isn't quite right either, like a doll's face, painted on. She's still rocking. Always rocking. I guess I should mention I'm pregnant. Just found out last week. And yesterday I got a package. No return address. Inside was a beautiful antique dollhouse. I haven't opened it yet. But sometimes, late at night, I hear crying. The crying baby in the forest. It's strange, the things you remember. The texture of a particular moment, the smell of the air, the sound of something distant. For me, it's always been the sound, that faint, distant sound of a baby crying. I'd just come out of a particularly rough patch. My marriage had dissolved into shards of bitterness and regret. My career had plateaued, and I was haunted by a sense of failure I couldn't quite shake. So, when my friend Matt suggested a weekend hike to clear my head, I reluctantly agreed. The forest was supposed to be restorative, a retreat from the noise of life. Little did I know, it would mark the beginning of the most harrowing chapter of my existence. We picked a relatively isolated trail, one of those routes known only to locals and adventurous souls. Matt had found it on some obscure forum, and the promise of solitude appealed to me. The trail wound through dense woods, and the further we walked, the more the modern world seemed to fade. Cell service disappeared within the first hour, replaced by the hum of nature, chirping crickets, rustling leaves, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. We set up camp by a small clearing as twilight descended. The air was crisp, carrying the faint smell of pine and damp earth. We built a fire, cooked a simple meal, and talked. Well, Matt talked. I mostly nodded, my mind drifting between his words and the mesmerizing dance of the flames. That's when we first heard it. It was faint at first, barely audible over the crackle of the fire. A soft, plaintive cry that seemed to hang in the air like a fragile thread. Matt froze mid-sentence, his eyes narrowing as he tilted his head to listen. "Did you hear that?" he asked. I nodded. "Sounds like a baby." He laughed uneasily. "Out here? No way." But the sound persisted, growing louder and more distinct. It was unmistakably the cry of an infant, filled with a desperate urgency that sent chills down my spine. Against every instinct screaming at me to stay put, I stood up. "We should check it out," I said. Matt hesitated, his usual bravado tempered by unease. "You sure? Could be, I don't know, a wild animal or something." "Since when do wild animals sound like babies?" I shot back. "What if someone's in trouble?" Reluctantly, he agreed, and we grabbed our flashlights before venturing into the dark woods. The crying seemed to guide us, growing louder as we moved deeper into the forest. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches casting eerie shadows that danced in the beam of our lights. My heart pounded in my chest, a primal mix of fear and determination driving me forward. But something was off. No matter how far we walked, the sound always seemed just out of reach. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep the source hidden. And then, without warning, the crying stopped. We stood there in the oppressive silence, the only sound our own ragged breathing. Matt's flashlight flickered, casting brief bursts of light that only deepened the shadows around us. "Let's head back," he said, his voice trembling. Before I could respond, the silence was shattered by laughter. It started soft, almost playful, but quickly escalated into a cacophony that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. High-pitched and maniacal, it echoed through the trees, bouncing off the trunks in a maddening symphony. "What the hell is that?" Matt shouted. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat felt like it had closed up, my body frozen in place. And then, just as abruptly as it started, the laughter stopped. The forest was silent once more, but it was a silence that felt wrong, heavy, oppressive, and charged with an energy I couldn't explain. We turned back toward camp, our pace quickening with each step. The trail seemed longer than I remembered, the trees pressing in closer, their branches clawing at us like skeletal hands. When we finally stumbled into the clearing, the fire was out. The camp, our sanctuary, felt alien, as if we'd been gone for far longer than we'd realized. We didn't speak as we crawled into our tents, each of us retreating into the fragile illusion of safety they provided. But sleep didn't come. Not for me, anyway. I lay there staring at the nylon ceiling of my tent, every creak and rustle outside amplified in the suffocating darkness. And then, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it again. The baby's cry. It was closer this time, impossibly close, as if it were right outside the tent. My blood ran cold as I listened, every instinct screaming at me to stay inside. But then I heard Matt unzip his tent. "Matt, don't!" I hissed. He didn't respond. I heard his footsteps crunch on the forest floor, moving toward the sound. Gathering every ounce of courage I had, I unzipped my own tent and stepped outside. The night was unnaturally still, the air thick with an unspoken threat. Matt's flashlight beam bobbed in the distance as he moved deeper into the woods. "Matt!" I called, my voice trembling. "Come back!" But he didn't stop. He didn't even turn around. It was as if he were in a trance, drawn toward the crying like a moth to a flame. And then, just as he disappeared from view, the crying stopped again. What followed was the most excruciating silence I've ever endured. Minutes felt like hours as I stood there, my flashlight beam cutting through the dark, searching for any sign of him. And then, the laughter returned. It was deafening, a chaotic symphony of voices that seemed to mock me, to taunt me for my helplessness. I dropped my flashlight in panic, the beam spinning wildly as it hit the ground. In its erratic light, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. Eyes, dozens of them, glowing in the darkness, staring at me from the shadows. They were unblinking, inhuman, and filled with a malice I can't begin to describe. And then, just as suddenly as they appeared, they vanished. I don't remember running back to my tent, but I must have. The next thing I knew, I was huddled inside, clutching my knees to my chest as the laughter faded into the night. When dawn finally broke, I emerged to find Matt's tent empty. He was gone. I spent the entire day searching for him, retracing our steps, calling his name until my throat was raw. But it was as if he'd vanished into thin air. The forest, once a place of solace, had become a labyrinth of nightmares, each shadow concealing unspeakable horrors. When I finally made it back to civilization, the authorities were skeptical. They organized a search party, but no trace of Matt was ever found. I told them about the crying, the laughter, the eyes in the dark, but they dismissed it as the ramblings of a man traumatized by his friend's disappearance. I've tried to move on, but the forest won't let me. Every night, I hear the crying. It's faint at first, barely audible, but it grows louder with each passing minute. And no matter where I am, it always seems to come from just outside my window. I haven't slept in months. I'm afraid to. Because I know that one day the crying won't stop. One day, it will lead me back to the forest. And this time I don't think I'll make it out. But perhaps the most chilling part of all is the ending twist I've been too afraid to admit. In my dreams, the rare ones I do have, I see Matt. He's always smiling, standing at the edge of the forest, and in his arms, he's holding a baby. Has your husband been standing still? The woman at the door said her husband was inside my home. She was agitated and ran her fingers through her unwashed hair. You have the wrong address. It's just me, I said, then lied, and my boyfriend is here. No, please, just listen to me, she said, placing a hand on the door frame and leaning in toward me. I said I couldn't help her, said again she had the wrong address, then shut the door. But I could still hear her. I don't know what he'll do. Let me in, let me find him, she said, her muffled voice sharpening while her palm drummed on the door. He stands still. I froze in the entryway and waited full minutes after it sounded like she had left, in case her ear was pressed to the door. I didn't give much thought to her husband at first. There was something off about her, how she tried to talk so calmly, even though it was obvious she was coiled tight enough to snap. She kept floating on her toes, looking into my apartment behind me. But she also didn't seem outcast, or even neglected really. Her cashmere sweater and tapered pants told a different story. So I searched my apartment with the crowbar I kept under the sheets in the linen closet. No one was in the front rooms, with their windows facing the street. I had been there all day, so it was impossible for anyone to have broken in that way. Then I remembered the old dumbwaiter shaft. It was behind the kitchen door, shut behind a hinged metal slab. To keep noise from bleeding between apartments, it was no longer an open shaft, but a dusty compartment used as a pass-through for cables. I brought along my biggest chef knife from the drawer across from the refrigerator. The steel panel was painted the same color as the wall and had no handle or latch. Instead, there was a small, jagged hole punched in one side with several drill bit plunges. I dug a screwdriver out of the junk drawer and tried to pry it open with a single jerk, so I could step back and hold out the blade in my other hand. Instead, it swung open with a painfully slow creak, and I dropped the knife, scaring myself even more when it clattered at my feet. Without thinking, I bent down to pick it up. Kneeling on the floor, I imagined a pale hand reaching out into my hair and skull. But when I stood up and looked inside, there was nothing there, just the dark. It was empty. When I left the kitchen and crossed by the front door again, I saw that the woman had shoved a piece of paper in my door, like a takeout menu. It was a torn envelope, like something pulled crumpled from the trash, and had written on it the words, "Listen, please." Then I heard her whisper from low down on the door, even below where I had kneeled to pull at the scrap of paper. The first time my husband was around the corner from our French doors, in the hollow where my desk meets the printer cabinet. He must have been there all morning. He was standing straight up, like a sunflower, but I didn't see him until I got up from the desk and bumped my ankle. When I looked up suddenly, he was there, staring at nothing. The second time, he was behind an all-glass display case in our entryway, pinched between a pane and the wall just inside the front door. The whispering stopped and I realized I was barely breathing. I was still kneeling and my knees were beginning to get sore. "Are you still there?" the whispered voice asked. I didn't answer. He's gotten really skinny and goes through tubes of high SPF sunscreen whenever he is called out to a site, so now he's white as an electric socket. He can suppress his presence and take away your intuitive sense that another person is nearby. He's practicing. He's getting better. He knows where your eyes land and the spaces they slide over. "Go away," I screamed, before retreating to the farthest corner of my apartment away from the front door. It took me a while to calm down, with some TV and all the lights on. I didn't pay attention to the show, but told myself that the woman at the door had a mental illness and a persecution complex, and she wanted to pull me into her delusion. I crept to the window and peered into the park across the street from my house. It was small and mostly mown, with a picnic pavilion and a swing set. But right across from me was a shock of forest, rising up curling and unwanted. The sun was still up, but low enough for this thicket to be dark in its own shadows. I looked for her there, expecting I don't know what. 2 red eyes? I didn't see her, and opened the blinds fully. A few families were playing volleyball down at the farthest end of the park, but it was otherwise empty. Then I caught the blue light off an e-cig. It was her, seated in a shadowed beach chair, with her legs stacked casually in front of her. I could barely see her face, but it looked as if she was staring into my windows. I debated whether to go out to confront her, but when I turned around, I saw her husband. I didn't scream. My throat snapped shut on my breath. Through the kitchen doorway across the room, I could see my dishwasher and him standing next to it, one leg against the fridge. He wasn't standing straight, but bent forward at a right angle, his back aligned with the marble countertop. One arm was held pinned against his thigh, the other down, then the wrist up, with fingers out in odd angles. His face pointed forward, aligned atop his body like a bullet on a shell casing, with his eyes aimed to one side of me and far away. He wore an expression of rapture on a pale face. His lips were glittering red. He didn't move or react, and showed no signs of being detected. But I still expected those eyes to swivel and land on me. Didn't feel I could move or look away until it did. I forced myself to clap, then to wave my arms, but there was no reaction. "You," I said. "Sir," I added, "you need to leave." He didn't react, and it wasn't just as if he was ignoring me. There wasn't a tremor or breath. He stayed so still it was as if the whole world had frozen. I called 911, of course. The operator urged me to get out of the house as quickly as possible. I stayed on the line with the operator, but there was nothing left to say. My only way out was past him. Acid filled my stomach. There was no way I could cross that room. I considered tossing something at him, or attacking him, but there was nothing more dangerous than a TV remote nearby. The operator said something about officers on the way. and my phone slipped from my hand in my rush to bring it back to my ear. My eyes never dropped from the husband, who didn't flinch when my phone crunched on impact, then clattered across the floor and under the couch. I lowered myself to my hands and knees and considered crawling over and reaching under until I realized it would put him out of sight. It was better to escape. Maybe I could crawl by him without touching him and he'll stay frozen. Or would he just grab me when I got close? I didn't have a choice. At the threshold between hardwood and tile, I looked down at my hands on the floor, and when I looked up, he was gone. But it was only for an instant, because suddenly I could see him again just in front of me. He hadn't moved. My eyes had let him go and struggled to find him again, like he wasn't where I had expected, or if I had somehow forgotten him. The arms holding me up shook so violently that I pitched forward, landing on the side of my face with a smack. I landed right at his feet, but didn't touch him. Pushing back on the heels of my hands, I rolled backwards and slammed into the cabinet behind me, hard enough that I heard the fiberboard crack inside the door. I could crawl by him now, but first watched him for any sign of movement. He was in a khaki t-shirt that didn't quite match the wood cabinetry or stand out from the white refrigerator at his back, nor were his dark pants much of a match for the brushed chrome of the dishwasher, though I could see he had a sliver of something shimmery silver, like a lanyard loop, hanging out from his pocket. I don't know how he could have disappeared from my sight, but he didn't seem to notice me. I strained to keep an eye on him over my shoulders as I crawled past, until I couldn't move slowly any longer. I scrambled to my feet, tumbling into a standing position, then into a headlong run, where I couldn't tell my heartbeats from the pounding of feet on the floor. After struggling with the lock, I finally squeezed through my front door and shut it behind me without looking back. The police came, searched my apartment, found no one. I tried to explain that he might still be there, that they just hadn't seen him. But they wouldn't come back in with me. They wouldn't search the park either. They were annoyed I wouldn't go back inside, but eventually left. I didn't have my phone and didn't know where to go, so I wandered out of my building in a daze. It was dark out now, but the night air felt good. I saw a car double parked, but didn't pay it any attention until the woman pushed open the passenger side door from the driver's seat and waved me over. I'd be embarrassed to describe the horrible things I said to her, but she was calm and composed. She knew how to handle her husband standing still, and was nothing like the woman who first confronted me on my doorstep. I don't want to give her real name, so I'll call her Flora. "I'll teach you to see him," was the first thing Flora told me once I was able to listen. I didn't want to see him or to go anywhere with this person, but I didn't know what else to do. She drove me far outside of the city until I could see stars over a sprawling suburbia. Somewhere nearer the highway, where duplex condos faded into industrial parks, she turned into a multi-acre construction site. It was all blonde dirt, scraped and marked by bulldozer treads. At the center was a cinder block frame that might one day grow into a big box store. She turned off her headlights, and suddenly the feeling I had ignored in favor of her serene understanding of my situation could no longer be ignored. I was struck dumb with fear, my sore muscles protesting at being called back to alert. Had I met a couple working together? But she kept talking reasonably, kept her instructions simple, and I found no moment to protest. Instead, I followed her, even let her take me by the hand and pull me in a circuitous path out into the center of the standing blocks. She laid out a picnic blanket and urged me to lay on my back next to her with a friendly pat. Inside, I was screaming. "We're in the middle of one of the dimmer meteor showers that doesn't get headlines," she said, "but we can see one every few minutes if we know how to look." Men who stand still, she told me, can't be searched out like a bird among branches or a face in the crowd. That is a search for specificity. Even if you could live in a state of constant scrutiny, where every pixel of reality is examined, you would not often find these unmoving men. They slip into your scotoma and escape your attention because they are no longer objects to be found. There was one, she said, pointing to a part of the sky. Did you see that one? I hadn't. Because you are darting around looking for shooting stars, she said, instead of looking at the surface of reality. Her husband had receded into the sky of our day-to-day existence, she said. When standing still, he wasn't an object to be found in space, but had shut down every part of himself to become permanent. She taught me to make my eyes flat and to search without an idea of what I wanted to see. To see them, you can no longer want anything from the sky, she said. You have to deaden yourself to know what surrounds you. I laughed when I saw the first shooting star and forgot about my terrible day. Then there was another and another. Now please, please don't be afraid, she said, sitting up and placing her hand on my goose-pimpled forearm. I looked around with my meteor eyes. There were men standing in strange shapes, pressed against the cinder blocks, and standing in the mud at bent angles, and even across the street, holding themselves straight. I see them everywhere now, she whispered. There are so many of them standing still. The night shift at Evergreen Memorial. The fluorescent lights in Evergreen Memorial's morgue had a peculiar way of humming. Not the steady drone you'd expect, but something more erratic, like Morse code transmitted by dying insects. I'd grown used to it over my 3 years working the night shift, just as I'd grown used to the other quirks of the job. The way the metal drawers contracted in the cold, making soft pinging sounds in the darkness, the faint chemical smell that never quite left my clothes, the knowledge that I spent my nights in the company of the dead. That night started like any other. I arrived at 11:45 p.m., 15 minutes early as always, to get my handover from Mike, the evening shift supervisor. The familiar routine helped keep the creeping unease at bay. Check the security system, sign the logbook, count the occupants. 3 tonight, Mike said, flipping through his clipboard. 2 from the hospital, natural causes. 1 from the county morgue, waiting on autopsy tomorrow morning. Nothing special. He yawned, already shrugging into his jacket. Everything's logged and tagged. Have a quiet one, James. I nodded, settling into my chair at the security desk. 3 bodies, an easy night. I'd had worse, like the time we had 14 after that bus crash, or the night of the apartment fire. Those nights the air felt thick with death, heavy with the weight of so many lives suddenly ended. But 3 was manageable, almost peaceful. The first few hours passed as they always did. I made my rounds every hour on the hour, checking the seals on the cold storage units, monitoring the temperature gauges, making sure everything was secure. The morgue was located in the basement of the hospital's east wing, accessible only by a single elevator and a rarely used stairwell. Most people didn't even know it existed. They preferred to imagine their loved ones simply disappeared after death, whisked away to some unseen place where the messy business of mortality was handled discreetly. It was during my 3 a.m. round that I first noticed something was off. The temperature in cold storage unit 4 was slightly higher than it should have been, 38 degrees Fahrenheit instead of the standard 35. Not enough to cause any problems, but unusual enough to note in the log. I made a mental note to have maintenance check the unit in the morning. That's when I heard it. A sound so faint I might have imagined it, the soft scrape of metal on metal, like someone slowly opening one of the storage drawers. I froze, flashlight beam fixed on the temperature gauge. The sound didn't repeat. After 30 seconds of straining to hear anything beyond the usual ambient noise of the morgue, I convinced myself it had been nothing, just another of the building's many nocturnal voices. But when I turned to continue my rounds, the beam of my flashlight caught something that made my blood run cold. A single droplet of water on the floor, directly beneath storage unit 6. As I watched, another drop fell, joining the first. Condensation wasn't unusual in the morgue. The temperature difference between the storage units and the main room often caused it. But Unit 6 was empty, had been empty all week, according to the logs. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The handle of Unit 6 was cold under my fingers as I pulled it open, dreading what I might find. Empty. Just as it should be. The stainless steel interior gleamed in my flashlight beam, completely dry. I shut the drawer, shaking my head at my own paranoia. 12 years working in morgues, and I was still jumping at shadows. I turned to head back to my desk, and that's when I saw it. A wet footprint on the floor. A single bare footprint, as if someone had stepped out of a shower, and it hadn't been there a moment ago. I swept my flashlight beam across the floor, following a trail of similar prints that led toward the main storage area. They were spaced oddly, too far apart for a normal stride, as if whatever had made them had been hopping, skipping. The logical part of my brain kicked in, trying to make sense of it. A leak in the ceiling, maybe, or someone playing a prank, though who would be sick enough to break into a morgue in the middle of the night just to leave wet footprints was beyond me. I followed the trail, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The footprints led to storage unit 12, one of our 3 occupied units for the night. According to the log, it contained John Doe, 47, a drowning victim found in the lake 2 days ago, awaiting identification. The handle of Unit 12 was wet. I should have called security. Should have backed away, returned to my desk, and called for backup. That's what protocol demanded. That's what any sane person would have done. Instead, I pulled open the drawer. The body bag was unzipped, empty. A drop of water fell on my hand, and I looked up. He was on the ceiling. John Doe, number 247, naked and dripping, his waterlogged flesh pale as milk in the beam of my flashlight. He was crouched like a spider, hands and feet somehow adhering to the ceiling tiles, head twisted at an impossible angle to stare down at me with milky eyes. His mouth opened, far wider than any human mouth should be able to open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that hadn't been there during his intake examination. A sound emerged, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no dead throat should have been able to produce. I brought friends. That's when I heard the other storage units beginning to open, one by one. The sound of metal on metal no longer soft but sharp and deliberate. And other sounds, wet sounds, slithering sounds, the pop and crack of rigor mortis giving way to impossible movement. I ran. God help me, I ran as fast as I could, abandoning my flashlight, abandoning everything except my desperate need to escape. I could hear them behind me, the splash of wet feet on concrete, the rustle of body bags, and that awful rushing water voice calling out, "Count them, James. Count your friends." I reached the security desk and slammed my hand down on the emergency alarm. Nothing happened. The power was out. How had I not noticed the power was out? Even the emergency lights were dark, leaving only the pale square of the basement window to illuminate the room. My phone, I needed to call for help, but when I pulled it from my pocket, the screen showed nothing but static, which seemed to move and shift as I watched, forming patterns that looked disturbingly like faces. The sounds were closer now. Something wet dragged itself across the floor behind my desk. Something else skittered across the ceiling, leaving damp trails in its wake. And from the darkness came that voice again. Count them, James, one by one. But you might want to include yourself in the final tally. I felt something cold and wet wrap around my ankle. I woke up screaming in my chair at the security desk, morning sunlight streaming through the basement window. Mike was shaking my shoulder, looking concerned. "Bad dream?" he asked. "You were out cold when I came in. Must have been some night." I looked around wildly. Everything was normal. The power was on, the fluorescent lights humming their usual drone. No wet footprints, no open storage units, no dripping creatures from the lake. Yeah, I managed. Must have dozed off. Sorry. Mike shrugged. No worries. Want to do the morning count before you head out? I nodded, still shaky but determined to prove to myself it had all been a dream. We walked to the storage area together, Mike clipboard in hand. "Let's see," he said, checking his notes. "Should be 3 bodies, right? 2 natural causes, 1 drowning victim." I nodded again, not trusting myself to speak. We counted the occupied units. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mike frowned. "That can't be right. Log shows 3. With trembling hands, I opened Unit 13, a unit that should have been empty. Should have been clean and dry and empty. Inside was a body bag, unzipped. Inside the bag was me, my skin pale and waterlogged, my mouth frozen in a scream that showed rows of needle-sharp teeth. And clutched in my dead hand was a note, written in my own handwriting. Final count. 4 bodies. The extra one is still warm. I passed out. When I woke up in the hospital 2 days later, they told me Mike had found me unconscious at my desk, soaking wet, with no memory of how I got that way. The security cameras had malfunctioned, showing nothing but static for my entire shift. The motion sensors recorded no movement except my regular rounds. And John Doe, number 247, never existed according to the records. No drowning victim had been brought in that week. In fact, there hadn't been a drowning in the county lake in over 20 years. I quit my job at Evergreen Memorial that day. Found work at a convenience store, where the only things that go bump in the night are teenagers trying to steal beer. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the store at 3 a.m., I catch myself counting things: inventory, customers, footprints, and sometimes, just sometimes, I could swear there's one more than there should be. The real horror started 3 days ago when I received a letter from Evergreen Memorial. They're renovating the morgue, and during the demolition of the old cold storage units, they found something in Unit 13. Something that, according to the laws of physics and biology, couldn't possibly exist. They found a body bag containing a perfect preserved corpse, despite the unit being powered down for months. A corpse with my face, my clothes, my ID badge. And in its hand was a note, written in handwriting identical to mine. Time for the morning count. Don't forget to include yourself, all of yourselves. We've been so looking forward to this reunion. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening, because when I look in the mirror, I see teeth that seem a little sharper each day. And this morning, When I stepped out of the shower, my footprints on the bathroom floor seemed to stay wet for hours. I've started hearing that sound again, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no human throat should be able to produce. And every time I count my reflections in mirrors or windows, there seems to be one more than there should be. One more that smiles back at me with needle-sharp teeth. One more that blinks a moment too late. One more that whispers, "Don't forget to count yourself in the final tally." The worst part? I'm starting to think it was never about the morgue at all. The morgue was just where it found me, where it found us. And now it's spreading, one reflection at a time, one count at a time. So if you're reading this, do me a favor. Count the shadows in your room right now. Count them carefully. Then count them again. I bet there's one more than there should be. And it's probably smiling. The new house. I should have known something was wrong the moment I first stepped into that basement. The air felt different down there. Heavy, almost viscous, as if it was reluctant to let you move through it. But like a fool drunk on the prospect of finally owning my dream home, I ignored that first warning sign. We all did. The realtor had been suspiciously eager to close the deal, practically shoving the papers into our hands the moment we expressed interest. 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, a sprawling backyard with mature oak trees, and all at a price that seemed too good to be true in this market. My wife Sarah kept saying exactly that. "It's too good to be true, Jack." But I convinced her we'd just gotten lucky. Some people win the lottery. We'd found our perfect home. Our daughter Emma fell in love with it immediately. At 7 years old, she had an uncanny ability to find hidden spaces that adults overlooked, declaring them her special places. The window seat in the library, the hollow beneath the stairs, the old treehouse in the backyard. She claimed them all within hours of our first viewing. But it was the basement she loved most, despite its musty smell and the way the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees the moment you descended those creaking wooden stairs. "The other kids want to play with me," she told us on our second night in the house, her voice carrying that dreamlike quality children sometimes get when they're half asleep. Sarah and I exchanged worried glances over her head. We'd moved here specifically because the neighborhood had so few children, hoping the quiet would help with Emma's night terrors. "What other kids, sweetie?" Sarah asked, tucking Emma's favorite stuffed rabbit closer to her chest. "The ones behind the door," Emma replied matter-of-factly, already drifting off to sleep. "They're always laughing." I blamed it on an overactive imagination, the stress of moving, the unfamiliarity of a new house with its strange creaks and settling sounds. But 3 days later, I heard it too. I was in the basement organizing our boxes of Christmas decorations. Sarah insisted they needed to be easily accessible even though it was only August, when the sound first reached my ears. It was faint, like wind through leaves, but unmistakable, children's laughter, high and clear and musical. I froze, my hand still gripping a tangled string of lights, and listened harder. The sound grew stronger, and with it came the sensation of being watched. The air grew colder, and the single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling seemed to dim, its light becoming sickly and wan. The laughter was coming from behind the far wall, where a stack of moving boxes partially obscured the basement's rough concrete surface. I moved the boxes aside one by one, my hands trembling despite my attempts to rationalize what I was hearing. Behind them, I found something that shouldn't have existed. A door. It was old, far older than the rest of the house, made of thick wooden planks bound with black iron bands. The wood was dark with age, and the handle, a crude iron ring, was spotted with rust. But what struck me most was that this door wasn't on any of the house plans. I'd studied them extensively during the purchase, making sure everything was up to code. This door simply didn't exist. And yet here it was, solid and real beneath my shaking fingers, with the sound of children's laughter emanating from behind it. I called Sarah immediately. She came down while Emma was watching cartoons upstairs, her face paling as she heard the laughter too. "We need to open it," she whispered, though her eyes screamed that we should run instead. "We need to know what's behind it." The door was locked, of course. The local locksmith refused to come when I described it to him, mumbling something about his grandmother being ill. The next one simply hung up. Finally, I found someone 2 towns over who agreed to make the trip, though he charged triple his normal rate. He arrived on a Friday evening, just as the sun was setting. The moment he saw the door, he crossed himself, something I'd never seen anyone do outside of movies. "This isn't right," he muttered, his tools clattering in his trembling hands. "This door isn't supposed to be here." "Can you open it?" I asked, trying to keep the desperation out of my voice. The laughter had been getting louder each night, and Emma had started sleepwalking, always heading toward the basement before we caught her. The locksmith worked for nearly an hour, his face growing paler and his hands shakier with each passing minute. The laughter seemed to mock his efforts, swelling and receding like waves on a beach. Finally, there was a click that seemed to echo through the entire house. "It's done," he said, already backing away. "But I wouldn't—" He didn't finish the sentence, just turned and fled up the stairs. I heard his truck's engine roar to life moments later. Sarah and I stood before the door, holding hands like frightened children. The laughter had stopped for the first time in days, replaced by an expectant silence that pressed against our eardrums. "Together?" Sarah whispered. I nodded, and we reached for the iron ring. The door opened with a groan that seemed to come from the earth itself, revealing a brick wall. Solid, mortared brick, not 6 inches behind the door frame. We stood there staring at it, disappointment and relief warring in my chest. Then the laughter started again, louder than ever before. It wasn't coming from behind the wall anymore. It was coming from everywhere, filling the basement with its manic chorus. And now we could hear words mixed in with the laughter. "You found us. You found us. Now you have to stay." The temperature plummeted. Our breath clouded in front of us, and frost began forming on the brick wall. As we watched in horror, handprints appeared in the frost, tiny handprints, like those of small children. They pressed outward, as if dozens of small hands were pushing against the other side of the wall. We ran upstairs and found Emma standing in the kitchen, her eyes wide and blank. "They're coming through," she said in a voice that wasn't quite her own. "They've been waiting so long to play." That was 3 weeks ago. The laughter hasn't stopped since then. It follows us through the house, day and night, growing louder and more insistent. The handprints appear on every mirror, every window, every surface that can hold frost. At night, we hear scratching in the walls, getting closer to breaking through. Emma talks to them now. We'll find her sitting in corners, giggling at nothing, having conversations with empty air. Sometimes objects move when we're not looking. Toys arrange themselves in circles. Doors open and close on their own. And yesterday, I found all our photos turned to face the wall. The brick wall is changing too. The mortar between the bricks is crumbling, turning to dust that drifts down like gray snow. Sometimes I think I can see movement in the gaps, tiny fingers poking through, testing their prison strength. The laughter gets louder whenever I notice this, as if they know I'm watching. Sarah wants to leave, but we can't. We've tried 3 times now. Each time we pack our bags and load the car, but when we try to drive away, we find ourselves turning back toward the house, compelled by some force we can't resist. The children's laughter follows us, no matter how far we drive. Last night, I woke to find Emma standing by our bed, her small figure silhouetted against the darkness. "They're almost here, Daddy," she said, her voice mixed with others. "They just need a little more time, a little more strength." She turned to look at me, and in the faint light from the window, I saw that her eyes were solid black, like holes in her face. "They need us to play with them, forever." The worst part is, I'm starting to hear other sounds mixing with the laughter now. Adult voices, familiar ones. Sarah's laugh is in there sometimes, high and clear, like it used to be before all this started. And yesterday, I caught myself laughing along with them, a sound that wasn't quite human anymore. The brick wall is barely holding now. Large chunks of mortar fall away each hour, and the gaps between the bricks are wide enough to see through. Sometimes I catch glimpses of what's on the other side, a darkness deeper than any I've ever known, filled with movement and the sound of small feet pattering on cold stone. They're getting closer. The laughter is so loud now that it drowns out all other sounds. Emma spends most of her time in the basement, sitting cross-legged in front of the door, having animated conversations with whatever lurks behind that crumbling wall. Sarah's eyes are starting to look like Emma's, darker, emptier, reflecting things I can't see. And I think I'm changing too. The laughter doesn't frighten me as much anymore. Sometimes I find myself smiling when I hear it, feeling an odd warmth in my chest despite the perpetual cold. Part of me wants to help them break through, to finally meet the children we've been hearing all these weeks. This morning, I found myself standing in front of the brick wall, my fingers tracing the crumbling mortar. The gaps are almost wide enough now. Behind the wall, I can hear them moving closer, their little hands scraping against the bricks. Their laughter is sweeter now, almost seductive, promising games and joy and eternal playtime. The world beyond our house seems less and less real with each passing day. The sunlight looks wrong, too bright and harsh compared to the soft darkness of the basement. Food tastes like ash in our mouths, but we don't feel hungry anymore. Sleep comes in brief, turbulent bursts, filled with dreams of small hands reaching for us, of rooms that shouldn't exist, and doors that lead to impossible places. Emma says they're teaching her new games that normal children couldn't play, games that change the rules of what's possible. Sometimes I see her floating a few inches above her bed, giggling as she spins slowly in the air. Sarah found her walking on the ceiling yesterday, her hair hanging down like a curtain of darkness, her black eyes shining with impossible light. The brick wall will fall soon. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. The children tell me it doesn't matter. Time doesn't work the same way where they are. They've been waiting for decades, centuries perhaps, for someone to open that door and give them the strength they needed. All those previous families, all those lost children, they're all still there, playing their eternal games in the darkness beyond the wall. I should be terrified. I should be fighting this with every ounce of strength I have. But the laughter has worked its way into my soul now, replacing my fear with a strange, giddy anticipation. Part of me knows that when the wall finally falls, we'll cease to be ourselves. will join the chorus of laughter that echoes through this house, become part of whatever darkness lurks behind that impossible door. But another part of me, growing stronger each day, whispers that maybe that's not such a bad thing. Maybe we'll be happy there, in that eternal playground where physics and reality are just suggestions, where every game lasts forever and no one ever has to grow up. The first brick just fell from the wall. I can see small pale hands reaching through the gap, their fingers impossibly long and delicate. Emma is bouncing with excitement, her feet no longer touching the ground. Sarah's smile is too wide now, stretching past the normal limits of her face. And me? I'm sitting here writing this down, trying to warn others away from this house, from that door, from the children who wait behind it. But my handwriting is changing as I write, becoming spidery and childlike. The pen keeps giggling in my hand. They're calling us now. The gap in the wall is wide enough to see their faces, or what passes for faces in that impossible darkness. Such wonderful games they have planned for us. Such marvelous toys they want to share. If you're reading this, stay away from this house. Don't be fooled by the perfect price, the spacious rooms, the beautiful yard. Don't open doors that shouldn't exist. But if you do, if you hear children laughing behind a wall, if you feel small hands tugging at your sleeve in the darkness, well, maybe we'll play together someday. Forever and ever and ever and ever and the traffic stop. Officer David James had worked the graveyard shift along Route 43 for nearly 7 years. The stretch of highway cutting through dense pine forest was notorious for drunk drivers, especially after midnight. But in all his years of service, he'd never encountered anything quite like what happened on that moonless October night. The first peculiarity was the silence. Usually the night hummed with crickets and the occasional hoot of a barred owl. But as James's cruiser idled at the turnout near mile marker 217, an unnatural stillness pressed against his eardrums. Even the wind seemed to have abandoned the pines. His radar gun registered a black sedan doing 62 in a 55. As the car passed, James noticed the passenger side taillight was out. A routine stop, the kind he'd done thousands of times before. He flicked on his lights and pulled out behind the vehicle. The sedan took longer than usual to respond, continuing for almost half a mile before finally pulling onto the shoulder. James approached with his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, noting how the black paint seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The windows were tinted, but within legal limits. "License and registration," James said, keeping his voice steady despite an inexplicable urge to turn and run. The driver's window descended with painful slowness, releasing a blast of cold air that made James's eyes water. The interior smelled of wet earth and something else, something chemical and medicinal, that reminded him of his father's last days in the hospital. The driver was a middle-aged man in a charcoal suit. His skin had an odd, waxy quality under the flashlight beam, but his license photo was a perfect match. James Sullivan, 47, organ donor. Everything appeared to be in order, yet James's patrol-honed instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. "Do you know why I pulled you over tonight, Mr. Sullivan?" The man's head turned with mechanical precision. His smile revealed too many teeth. "No, officer. Is there a problem?" James's flashlight beam wavered. "Your passenger side taillight is out. I'll need to write you a fix-it ticket." "That's impossible," Sullivan replied, his smile unchanging. "I just had them checked last week." The conversation continued with the same surreal quality, everything technically correct but fundamentally wrong, like a photo negative of reality. James wrote the ticket with trembling hands, his pen leaving dark grooves in the paper. As he handed over the citation, Sullivan's fingers brushed against his. They were ice cold and slightly tacky, like leather left out in the rain. "Have a good night, Officer James," Sullivan said, though James hadn't given his name. James hurried back to his cruiser, fighting the urge to wipe his hand on his uniform. As he watched the sedan pull away, its functioning taillights blazed an impossible crimson in the darkness. Wait. Both taillights were working perfectly. James's radio crackled to life, making him jump. Dispatch wanted him to run the plates. Standard procedure. He called them in, his mouth dry. The response came back garbled at first, forcing the dispatcher to repeat herself. "Unit 417, be advised. That vehicle was reported totaled in 2014, impounded and scrapped following a fatal accident. The registered owner, James Sullivan, was declared dead at the scene." James's blood turned to ice water in his veins. He immediately hit his lights and sirens, accelerating after the sedan. But the highway ahead was empty in both directions. The black car had vanished. Back at the station, James's supervisor called him into his office. "We need to talk about what happened tonight." "I know how it sounds," James began, but the sergeant held up a hand. "We pulled your dash cam footage." The older man's face was grave. "David, there was no car." James watched in horror as the video played on the sergeant's computer. It showed his cruiser pulling over on the empty highway. The camera captured him walking out into the darkness, standing still for 12 minutes while apparently speaking to thin air. His flashlight beam illuminated nothing but swirling mist and empty asphalt. That was 3 weeks ago. James hasn't returned to work since that night. He requested indefinite leave, citing personal reasons. But the truth is, he can't bring himself to drive that stretch of Route 43 again. Not after what he discovered during his obsessive research into the accident that claimed James Sullivan's life. The papers called it a tragic drunk driving incident. Sullivan had been heading home from a late meeting when his sedan veered off the road near mile marker 217. The car flipped several times before coming to rest against a stand of pines. Sullivan was partially ejected through the windshield. He remained conscious long enough to give a statement to the first officer on scene. The responding officer that night? A rookie named David James, working his very first graveyard shift. In his incident report, James wrote that Sullivan kept apologizing, saying he should have noticed his taillight was out. The report also noted that James had tried to comfort the dying man, promising to stay with him until the ambulance arrived. But James has no memory of that night. None at all. The first year of his service is a complete blank in his mind, as if something reached in and carefully excised those memories, leaving behind nothing but shadows and the lingering scent of wet earth. Last week, James finally worked up the courage to visit the accident site. The old skid marks have long since faded, and new saplings have begun to reclaim the small clearing where Sullivan's car came to rest. But as James stood there in the weak autumn sunlight, something caught his eye, a glint of metal half buried in the soil. He dug it up with trembling hands, a police badge, caked with dried mud and what might have been blood. The number was still legible despite years of exposure to the elements. It was his badge, the one he'd lost during his first year on the force, the one he'd had to replace but could never remember losing. James sits in his dark apartment now, staring at the badge and trying to piece together the truth. Every night, he dreams of standing on that empty highway, watching headlights approach through the mist. In the dreams, he's the one behind the wheel of a black sedan. and a young officer named David James is walking toward his window with a flashlight beam that illuminates nothing at all. He knows he should tell someone what he's discovered, should warn them about what happens on that stretch of Route 43 when the night grows too quiet and the darkness seems to pulse with its own heartbeat. But who would believe him? Besides, he's beginning to understand now, beginning to remember fragments of that lost year, like shards of a broken mirror slowly being pieced back together. He remembers the sound of tearing metal and breaking glass, remembers the taste of copper in his mouth and the feeling of cold asphalt against his cheek, remembers a kind young officer who held his hand and promised to stay, even as the ambulance sirens wailed in the distance and the world grew dim around the edges. Most of all, he remembers the guilt, the soul-crushing weight of it, because there was something else in his original incident report, something that's been eating away at his subconscious for 10 years, like a cancer. When Sullivan apologized for his tail light, James had assured him it was working fine, had even walked around to check, just to give the dying man some peace of mind. Both tail lights were functioning perfectly that night, just like they were 3 weeks ago, when James pulled over a black sedan driven by a man with too many teeth and cold, tacky hands. James's phone buzzes, making him flinch. It's a text from an unknown number. "Time to collect, rookie." The message is time-stamped 10:17 p.m., exactly when he'd first spotted the black sedan 3 weeks ago, exactly when Sullivan's accident occurred 10 years ago. As he stares at his phone's screen, another text appears. "Your tail light's out." James's hands shake as he dials dispatch. The phone only emits a low, wet, gurgling sound, like someone drowning in mud. The smell of wet earth and antiseptic suddenly fills his apartment, and the temperature plummets. "No," James whispers, backing away from the window. Through the gap in his curtains, he can see the street below. A black sedan idles there, both taillights blazing an impossible crimson in the darkness. Its engine growls like something from the depths of hell. James runs for his bedroom, but his legs won't work right. Each step feels like moving through tar. He reaches for his service weapon, but his fingers pass right through it as if it's made of smoke. "You promised?" Sullivan's voice whispers from every corner of the room. "You promised you wouldn't let me drive alone." I was trying to comfort a dying man," James shouts into the darkness. "I didn't mean—" "But you promised," the voice interrupts, closer now. The smell of rot in hospital corridors grows overwhelming, and now it's time to pay. James tries to scream as invisible hands grasp his shoulders, their touch cold and tacky like old leather left in the rain. But no sound comes out. His body moves against his will, walking puppet-like toward the door. His old badge, still caked with mud from that fatal night, slides across the coffee table on its own and into his pocket. It feels impossibly heavy, like it's made of black holes and broken promises. "Please," James begs as his feet carry him down the stairs. "I have a family, a life. You can't—" "I had those too," Sullivan's voice hisses in his ear. "Before the crash, before you made your promise." The black sedan's passenger door swings open by itself. The interior smells of grave dirt and formaldehyde, and the man behind the wheel smiles with too many teeth, far too many, row upon rotting row disappearing down his throat like a shark's maw. "No, please," James struggles, but his body moves inexorably forward. His muscles respond only to Sullivan's will now. "Someone help me." "Nobody can hear you," Sullivan says, his leather-textured fingers drumming on the steering wheel. "Nobody could hear me that night either. Just you." just the rookie who promised to stay. James's body slides into the passenger seat against his will, his old mud-stained badge burning cold in his pocket like a chunk of ice. "How long?" he manages to whisper. Sullivan's impossible smile widens. "Forever, partner. We have so many more traffic stops to make." The sedan pulls away from the curb, its taillights cutting bloody swaths through the darkness. Tomorrow, someone will find James's apartment empty, his service weapon and current badge still on the coffee table next to his phone. The screen will show a final, unsent text, "Help me." But tonight belongs to Route 43. Tonight belongs to the endless dark and the promises we make without understanding their cost, to the debts that come due when the crickets fall silent and the shadows grow teeth. Somewhere ahead, another young officer is starting their first graveyard shift. They're parked at mile marker 217, watching the empty highway and wondering why the night feels so strange, so hungry. Their radar gun will soon register a black sedan doing 62 in a 55, and they'll see two men in the front seat, one with too many teeth, and one whose eyes silently scream for help that will never come. Because some promises bind us whether we want them to or not. Some nights never really end. They just keep repeating, like an endless loop of dashcam footage showing nothing but mist and darkness and the price we pay for the words we can never take back. Have a good night, officer. And remember, never make promises to the dying. They have nothing left to lose and eternity to collect. The empty frame. I never should have bought that antique mirror. The elderly woman at the estate sale seemed almost desperate to get rid of it, practically pushing it into my hands while rambling about family heirlooms and traditions. I thought she was just another eccentric trying to clear out her mother's belongings. The ornate silver frame was exactly what I needed for my photography studio's vintage aesthetic, and at $20, it was a steal. If only I'd noticed how she wouldn't look directly at its surface, or how her hands trembled when she handed me the receipt. The first few weeks were unremarkable. Clients loved posing in front of the 8-foot mirror, especially for wedding photos. The way it seemed to catch and amplify light gave every reflection an ethereal quality. Several people commented that they looked younger in it, more vibrant somehow. I started to think I'd discovered some old-world craftsmanship secret that made everything more beautiful. Then came the day I noticed the delay. I was cleaning the studio after hours, wiping down the mirror's surface, when I saw my reflection pause for a fraction of a second before lowering its cleaning cloth. At first, I convinced myself it was just fatigue from a long day of shoots, but as I stood there, deliberately moving my arm up and down, the lag became impossible to ignore. My reflection was following my movements just slightly out of sync, like a video feed with bad latency. I should have gotten rid of it right then. Instead, I did what any modern person would do. I started documenting it. I set up my camera equipment to record the mirror while I moved in front of it, thinking I could maybe go viral with proof of some weird optical phenomenon. The footage never showed anything unusual. The lag only happened when I was alone with it, watching with my own eyes. That's when the smiling started. It was subtle at first. My reflection would hold its smile a beat too long after I'd stopped, lips still curved upward, while mine had already fallen neutral. Then it started smiling when I wasn't smiling at all. I'd catch glimpses of it grinning at me while I was turning away or packing up equipment. Once, I swear I saw it wink. The clients never noticed anything wrong. Their reflections behaved perfectly normally, mirroring their movements with exact precision. But sometimes, in the background of their shots, I could see my own reflection watching them with that unnaturally wide smile, even though I was behind the camera. I started covering the mirror with a sheet at night, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching me through it. But every morning, no matter how securely I'd fastened it, the sheet would be on the floor. The mirror's surface would be flawless, without a speck of dust, as if someone had just cleaned it. One evening, as I was rushing to finish a wedding album delivery, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In every single photo that included the mirror, my reflection was standing in a slightly different position than I remembered being in while taking the shot. In some, it was turned toward the camera when I knew I'd been facing the couple. In others, it was closer to the clients than I'd ever stood. And in every single one, it was smiling that horrible, stretched smile. I started having nightmares about my reflection reaching through the glass, its fingers elongating into silver needles as it tried to pull me in. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms that looked like someone had been trying to grab me. The mirror seemed to grow larger in the dark, its frame extending like twisted branches across my studio walls. Things came to a head during a senior portrait session. The girl was posing in front of the mirror when she suddenly screamed. When I rushed over, she was shaking, pointing at the reflection. "Your eyes," she kept saying. "Your eyes were all wrong." I apologized profusely, blamed it on weird lighting, and offered her a full refund. After she left, I finally worked up the courage to really look at my reflection. For a long moment, nothing seemed amiss. Then it tilted its head at an impossible angle, and I saw what the girl had meant about the eyes. They were silver, like the mirror's frame, and they were looking at me with an intelligence that was definitely not my own. That night, I decided the mirror had to go. I called a friend to help me move it, not wanting to face it alone anymore. But when Jake arrived, he walked right past it without seeing it. When I pointed to the massive frame, he looked confused, asking if I was feeling okay. To him, there was nothing but an empty wall. I reached out to touch the mirror's surface, and for the first time, my reflection didn't mimic me. It stayed perfectly still, watching as my fingers made contact with the glass. The surface felt like ice water, and my hand sank through as if it were liquid. My reflection's smile grew impossibly wide as it reached out and grabbed my wrist. I tried to pull back, but its grip was like steel. I screamed for Jake, but he had already left the room, still unable to see anything wrong. The last thing I heard was his footsteps fading down the hallway as my reflection pulled me forward, through the mirror's surface, into a world where everything was backwards and bathed in that strange silver light. I'm writing this from the other side now. I can see out into my studio, but everything is reversed, like a photo negative. People come and go, but they can't see me frantically pounding on the glass. My reflection, the thing that took my place, runs my business perfectly. It talks to clients, takes their photos, and smiles that terrible smile that no one else seems to notice. Sometimes other trapped souls drift past me in this silver void. Their eyes are hollow, their mouths frozen in eternal screams. Some have been here so long they're barely human anymore, their forms distorted like reflections in a carnival mirror. They whisper about the others who were pulled through, generation after generation, feeding the mirror's hunger for new reflections. The elderly woman from the estate sale is here too. She's the one who told me about the mirror's origin, how it was crafted centuries ago by a silversmith who made a deal with something ancient and hungry. She warned me that the mirror needs to be fed regularly. That's why it takes new owners, why it has to keep replacing worn-out reflections with fresh ones. I watch as my imposter hangs a for sale sign in the studio window. The price listed for the mirror is $20. I want to warn potential buyers, but all I can do is press my hands against the glass and hope they notice how their reflections smile just a little too long, how their movements aren't quite in sync. Yesterday, a young photographer came to look at it. She was so excited about the vintage frame, just like I had been. I screamed until my throat was raw, but of course she couldn't hear me. As she handed over the money, I saw my replacement's smile stretch wider than any human mouth should go. Last night, I watched as it finally dropped its disguise in the darkness of the closed studio. Its silver eyes gleamed as its face split open like a blooming flower, revealing rows of mirrored teeth. It pressed its forehead against the glass and whispered, "Soon you'll fade like all the others. But don't worry, I'll find someone new to take your place." I know now why the mirror's surface is always so clean. We press ourselves against it constantly, trying to break through, trying to warn the next victim. Our desperate fingers leave no prints, our tears leave no streaks, our blood leaves no stains. We are nothing but reflections now, trapped in this silver void, watching the world through a window we can never break. The young photographer comes to collect the mirror tomorrow. As I write this, I can see my replacement preparing the studio for her arrival. It's humming quietly as it polishes the frame, and in the deepening darkness, I swear I can see other faces forming in the mirror's surface. Hundreds of them, all pressed against the glass, all wearing that same horrible smile. We are all just reflections here, endlessly watching, endlessly waiting. And somewhere, in an antique shop or estate sale, another mirror from the same silversmith is waiting too, its surface pristine, its frame gleaming with an otherworldly shine. Perhaps you've seen one. Perhaps you've noticed how your reflection moves just a fraction of a second too slowly, how its smile lingers just a little too long. Whatever you do, don't look too closely. Don't let yourself be drawn in by that silver light. And if you ever see your reflection smile when you're not smiling, run. But know that it's probably already too late. After all, we all thought we could escape too. Now we're just faces in the glass, watching helplessly as the cycle continues, as the mirror feeds, as new reflections join our ranks in this endless silver void. And somewhere out there, right now, someone is admiring their reflection in a beautiful antique mirror, not yet noticing that their smile isn't quite their own anymore. The mirror game. I keep telling myself that writing this down will help, that somehow putting the experience into words will make it feel more contained, more manageable. My therapist suggested journaling, though I don't think this is what she had in mind. But I need to document what happened before the details start to fade, or worse, before I start doubting my own memory. It started 3 weeks ago, on a Tuesday. I remember it was Tuesday because I'd just picked up my daughter Emma's art supplies from Michael's. She had a school project due Thursday, and of course, she'd waited until the last minute to tell me she needed specific materials. I remember standing in the checkout line, juggling an armful of colored construction paper, glue sticks, and a fresh pack of Crayola crayons, while trying to respond to work emails on my phone. The woman behind me in line had been oddly insistent about letting me go ahead of her, even though she only had one item, a small round mirror in an ornate brass frame. "You look like you're in a hurry," she'd said, but something about her smile hadn't quite reached her eyes. I thanked her, and didn't think much of it at the time. I wish I had. That night, after Emma had finally gone to bed, leaving a rainbow of crayon shavings scattered across the dining room table, I was doing my usual lock-up routine. Front door, checked and chained. Back door, locked and deadbolted. Windows, all secured. I developed this habit after my divorce 2 years ago. Something about being the only adult in the house made me hyper-aware of home security. I was heading upstairs when I heard it. Footsteps, not the usual house-settling creaks or the neighbor's cat prowling across our deck, but distinct footsteps, like someone wearing hard-soled shoes walking across hardwood floors. The thing is, we have carpet upstairs. I froze mid-step, one hand gripping the banister. The sound had come from Emma's room. "Emma?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Are you up, sweetie?" No response, but the footsteps stopped. I took a deep breath, reminding myself that kids often get up for water or bathroom trips, but something felt wrong. The air had grown noticeably colder, and there was a strange metallic taste in my mouth, like holding a penny under my tongue. I climbed the remaining stairs as quietly as possible, my sock-covered feet silent against the carpet. Emma's door was closed, though I distinctly remembered leaving it cracked open when I tucked her in. My hand trembled slightly as I reached for the doorknob. "Emma?" I whispered again, easing the door open. The hinges gave a small, betraying squeak. Her nightlight cast a soft blue glow across the room. Emma was in bed, seemingly sound asleep, her dark hair spread across the pillow. Everything looked normal, except the new pack of crayons I'd bought earlier was on her dresser, opened, with several crayons scattered across the surface. I distinctly remembered leaving them downstairs. More concerning was that they were arranged in a peculiar pattern, forming what looked like a crude circle with strange marks around it. My first thought was that Emma must have snuck up to continue working on her project, but as I moved closer to clean up the mess, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The crayons were still perfectly sharp, unused, and in the center of their circle was a small mirror. Not Emma's pink plastic play mirror, but an antique-looking one with a brass frame. It was identical to the one the woman at Michael's had been holding. I must have made some sound because Emma stirred in her sleep. "Mommy," she mumbled, "why are you playing the mirror game?" "What mirror game, sweetie?" I managed to ask, my throat suddenly dry. "The one the lady taught me," she said drowsily. "You have to arrange the colors just right and look in the mirror at midnight, but only if you want to see what's following you." My heart started hammering against my ribs. "What lady, Emma?" But she had already drifted back to sleep. I wanted to wake her up, to demand more answers, but I also didn't want to frighten her. Instead, I quickly gathered up the crayons and grabbed the mirror, trying not to look at its reflective surface. As I turned to leave the room, movement caught my eye, a shadow passing across the wall, cast by nothing I could see. I hurried out, pulling Emma's door firmly shut behind me. In the hallway, I examined the mirror more closely. It was definitely the same one from the store, down to the intricate leaf pattern carved into its frame. But I hadn't bought it. I hadn't even touched it. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The rational part of my brain tried to form explanations. Emma must have somehow gotten it from somewhere. Maybe it was an old one we'd had lying around that just looked similar. Maybe... The sound of footsteps interrupted my thoughts. This time, they were behind me. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. The temperature had dropped even further. I could see my breath forming small clouds in the air. The footsteps continued, slower now, deliberate. They seemed to be circling me. Without thinking, I glanced down at the mirror in my hands. What I saw in its reflection will haunt me for the rest of my life. I wasn't alone in the hallway. In the mirror, I could see a figure standing directly behind me. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly touching the ceiling. Its proportions were all wrong, limbs too long, joints bent at unnatural angles. But what truly terrified me was its face, or rather, the lack of one. Where features should have been, there was only a smooth, blank surface, like untouched clay. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. In the mirror, I watched as the figure slowly raised one elongated hand and placed a finger against where its lips should have been, in a shushing gesture. The mirror slipped from my numb fingers. I lunged to catch it, some instinct telling me that breaking it would be catastrophically bad. But before it could hit the floor, the mirror disappeared, simply vanished, as if it had never existed. The temperature returned to normal so quickly my ears popped. I stood there for several long minutes, heart racing, trying to process what had just happened. Finally, I forced myself to move, to check on Emma. She was still sleeping peacefully, her room completely normal, no sign of crayons or mirrors or anything out of place. I didn't sleep that night, or much since then, if I'm being honest. I've gone over security camera footage from our Ring doorbell and indoor cameras. There's no sign of anyone entering our house, no strange woman, no impossible figure. The Michaels receipt shows only the art supplies I remember buying. Emma has no memory of any mirror game or mysterious lady, and the crayons are still in their box downstairs, untouched. But things have changed. Small things at first, items slightly out of place, cold spots in the house, the occasional sound of distant footsteps. Then bigger things. Every mirror in our house has had to be covered or removed because sometimes, just sometimes, the reflections don't quite match reality. They show things moving in empty rooms, shadows where there shouldn't be shadows, and occasionally in the corner of the frame, something tall and wrongly proportioned. Emma's been having nightmares, though she can't remember them when she wakes. She started drawing disturbing pictures at school, always featuring a tall, thin figure standing in the background. Her teacher called me in for a conference yesterday, concerned about the dark themes in Emma's artwork. I didn't know how to explain that my 7-year-old's artwork was the least of my worries. I've tried researching similar incidents online. Most of what I've found is obviously fake, creepypasta stories and urban legends. But buried in a local Facebook group, I found a post from 3 months ago. A man describing a strange encounter at Michael's with a woman selling antique mirrors. His 6-year-old son had disappeared a week later. The post was deleted within hours of me finding it, and when I tried to message the author, the account no longer existed. I called the Michaels store yesterday asking about the woman I'd seen. The manager sounded uncomfortable and said they had no employees matching my description. When I pressed further mentioning the mirror, she got very quiet and said, "We don't sell that kind of merchandise here." She hung up before I could ask what she meant. Last night I heard Emma talking in her sleep again. "It's okay," she was saying to someone, or something. "Mommy will learn to play the game properly soon. The lady said everyone does, eventually." I'm writing this all down now because I need there to be a record. Because this morning, when I was making Emma's lunch, I found a crayon drawing on the kitchen counter that I know wasn't there last night. It shows 2 figures, one small, one impossibly tall, standing in front of what looks like our house. They're both holding small, round mirrors, and in the bottom corner in Emma's careful handwriting, it says, 12, tonight, don't be late, Mommy. It's 11:47 p.m. now. Emma's asleep upstairs. I can hear footsteps moving around her room again, but I'm done pretending they're just house noises. On my dresser, there's a small brass-framed mirror that I know I didn't put there. My phone's almost dead, and none of my chargers seem to be working. The temperature's starting to drop. 11:52 p.m. If something happens to me, please make sure Emma is taken care of. And whatever you do, if you're ever at Michael's and a woman offers to let you go ahead of her in line, don't accept. Don't look at what she's holding. Don't let her talk to your children. 11:57 p.m. The footsteps are getting closer. The mirror is calling to me. I don't want to look, but I'm not sure I have a choice anymore. Emma needs me to play the game properly. 12 a.m. It's time. If anyone finds this, I'm sore. The document ends here. A follow-up note has been added in different handwriting. The above account was found on a laptop in the home of Sarah and Emma Mitchell, who were reported missing on October 12, 2024. Despite extensive searches, no trace of either mother or daughter has been found. The only potential evidence was a collection of crayons arranged in a circle on Sarah's bedroom floor and a small antique mirror that investigating officers noted in their initial report, but which was not present when crime scene photographers arrived. The case remains open. If anyone has information about Sarah and Emma Mitchell's whereabouts, or about similar incidents involving mirrors and art supply stores, please contact the Springfield Police Department, reference case number SP 2024-10-12-7731. Do not attempt to investigate independently. Do not attempt to recreate the mirror game. Do not accept offers from strangers in checkout lines. And if you hear footsteps in your house tonight, don't look in any mirrors. Just don't. The dashboard recording. The first thing you should know is that I don't believe in ghosts. Never have. 15 years working IT forensics for the Portland PD taught me that there's always a rational explanation. Always. Until the Martinez case. It started with a corrupted file from Officer James Martinez's dashboard camera. Just another night shift recording that needed cleaning up. Standard procedure. Martinez was a rookie, fresh out of the academy, working the graveyard patrol shift in the industrial district. The recording showed 3 hours of static, which wasn't unusual for the older equipment we were still using. What was unusual was Martinez himself. He came to my office on a Tuesday morning, hands trembling as he handed me the USB drive. "Something's wrong with the audio," he said. His face was pale, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he hadn't slept in days. "I need you to listen to it. Please." I've known plenty of cops in my time. The good ones, the bad ones, the ones who've seen too much. Martinez was different. There was raw fear in his eyes, the kind I'd only seen in victims of violent crimes, not the kind of look you'd expect from equipment malfunction. "Take a seat," I told him, gesturing to the spare chair in my cramped office. The walls were lined with servers, their fans providing a constant white noise that usually helped me focus. That day, it felt oppressive. Martinez sat rigid, his uniform crisp, but his posture betraying exhaustion. "I was alone that night," he said quietly, "the whole shift. But when I reviewed the footage..." He trailed off, running a hand through his short black hair. I plugged in the drive and pulled up our audio cleaning software. "Walk me through what happened." It was a quiet night, nothing but empty streets and warehouse lots. I didn't talk to anyone, didn't even call in except for standard check-ins. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "But there's a conversation on that tape, a conversation that never happened." I started the initial scan, watching the waveforms dance across my screen. Could be radio interference. We get that sometimes with the older units. Martinez shook his head. Just listen. The first pass through the noise reduction revealed nothing but static and the usual ambient sounds of a patrol car, engine hum, occasional turn signals, the soft squeak of the seat as Martinez shifted his weight. Standard stuff. But there was something else, buried deeper in the noise floor. A pattern that shouldn't have been there. I ran it through a second filter, then a third, isolating frequencies that might contain voice data. That's when I heard it. A conversation, clear as day, floating up through the static like a body rising from the depths. "Beautiful night," said a voice I didn't recognize. Female, middle-aged maybe, with an accent I couldn't quite place. "Jesus," Martinez's voice, startled. "Where did you come from?" "I've been here all along, Officer Martinez, just waiting for the right moment." The timestamp showed 2:47 a.m. The GPS log confirmed Martinez had been parked at the corner of Industrial Way and River Street, monitoring a warehouse lot known for drug activity. "Ma'am, I'm going to need you to identify yourself." Martinez's voice was professional but tense. "Names aren't important. What's important is what happens next. 3 months from now, to be precise." I glanced at Martinez. He was staring at the floor, hands clenched into fists. "I'm going to have to ask you to step out of the vehicle." "No need for that, James." "May I call you James? We have so much to discuss and so little time. Tell me, do you know the intersection of Palmer Road and 43rd? How do you know my name?" "I know many things. I know that 3 months from today at 9:17 p.m. you'll be responding to a domestic disturbance call. It will be raining, the first real storm of autumn. You'll be driving north on Palmer, lights and sirens. The family minivan will run the red light at 43rd. You'll swerve to avoid it." The recording continued, describing in precise detail how Martinez's patrol car would hydroplane, spin 1.5 times, and impact a concrete barrier at 47 miles per hour. The stranger's voice remained calm, almost gentle, as she explained how the impact would crush the driver's side door, how the airbag would deploy a fraction of a second too late, how Martinez would remain conscious for exactly 4 minutes and 12 seconds before bleeding out from internal injuries. "Stop," Martinez's recorded voice cracked. "Just stop. You'll think about your mother in those final moments, about the phone call she'll receive at 10:06 p.m., about how she'll collapse in her kitchen, dropping the glass of water she just poured. It will shatter on the tile floor she just installed last spring. One shard will leave a scratch that she'll notice every morning, a daily reminder of the moment she lost her only son. Get out of my car. Now." "That's not how this works, James. I'm not really here, you see. Not in any way you can touch or remove. I'm just a messenger, a courtesy call, you might say." The recording continued for another 23 minutes. The voice described the funeral arrangements, the weather that day, the exact number of people who would attend. She named cousins Martinez hadn't seen in years, detailed the color of his mother's dress, even quoted verbatim from the eulogy his captain would deliver. When the voice finally fell silent, the only sound was Martinez's ragged breathing and the soft patter of rain on the patrol car's roof. "Why?" he finally asked. "Why tell me this?" "Because knowledge is a gift, James. What you do with it, well, that's the interesting part." The recording ended there, dissolving back into static. I sat back in my chair, the implications hitting me like a physical weight. "When was this recorded?" 3 weeks ago," Martinez whispered. I've requested transfer to desk duty, changed my shifts, even called in sick a few times, but I can't. I can't stop thinking about it. I ran every analysis I could think of. Voice pattern recognition, frequency analysis, digital artifact detection. The recording was clean, no signs of tampering or manipulation. The conversation was as real as any I'd ever examined. Have you told anyone else about this? Martinez shook his head. Who would believe me? A rookie cop having a conversation with a ghost about his own death? I'd be pulled off duty for psych evaluation. He had a point. I'd worked hundreds of cases, cleaned up thousands of hours of recordings. This was different. This was impossible. Look, I said, choosing my words carefully. Maybe we should talk to someone. There are experts in unusual phenomena, people who study this kind of thing. You mean paranormal researchers? He laughed bitterly. I didn't believe in any of that before this. Still don't want to. But what other explanation is there? I didn't have an answer for him. Instead, I made him a copy of the cleaned-up audio and promised to keep digging. Maybe there was something we'd missed, some rational explanation that would make sense of it all. For the next 2 months, I became obsessed with the case. I researched similar incidents, consulted with audio experts, even reached out to a professor of parapsychology under the guise of a theoretical question. Nothing helped make sense of what we'd heard. Martinez stopped by my office regularly, looking more haggard each time. He'd moved in with his mother, changed his routine, done everything he could think of to avoid the fate described in the recording. But the weight of knowledge was crushing him. I see that intersection every time I close my eyes, he told me during one visit. I dream about the crash, about my mother finding that scratch on her floor. Sometimes I think I'm going crazy. Maybe you should leave town, I suggested. Take an extended vacation, get away from all this. He shook his head. Running won't help. Whatever this is, it found me once. Who's to say it won't find me somewhere else? The days crept by. I threw myself into work, taking on extra cases to distract from the growing sense of dread. Martinez's visits became less frequent as he withdrew into himself. The few times I saw him in the hallway, he looked like a man walking to his execution. Then came the storm. The first real autumn storm, just as the voice had predicted. I was working late, cleaning up audio from a robbery investigation, when the rain started, a heavy, persistent downpour that drummed against my office window. My phone rang at 9:22 p.m. It was dispatch. Officer James Martinez had been involved in a single-vehicle accident at the intersection of Palmer Road and 43rd Street while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Emergency services were on scene. No other vehicles were involved. I sat in my dark office listening to the rain for a long time after that call. Eventually, I pulled up the original recording and played it again, though I knew every word by heart. Because knowledge is a gift, James. What you do with it, well, that's the interesting part. The official investigation ruled it an accident, caused by poor visibility and wet road conditions. The family minivan mentioned in the recording was found to be a coincidence. It had run the red light moments before Martinez's arrival, leaving only tire tracks in the rain-slicked intersection as evidence of its presence. Everything happened exactly as described. The time of death, the mother's dropped glass, the scratch on her kitchen floor. Even the funeral matched the recording detail for detail, down to the color of the flowers and the exact words of the captain's eulogy. I attended that funeral, standing at the back of the crowded church. watching Martinez's mother trace her fingers over the silver crucifix she wore, just as the voice had said she would. The rain fell softly outside, a gentle whisper against the stained glass windows, and I couldn't help but wonder about the nature of fate and free will. The USB drive with the original recording disappeared from evidence storage a week later. The backup copy I'd made became corrupted, filling my computer screen with static when I tried to play it. Soon, all that remained were my notes and the memory of that impossible conversation. I still work IT forensics for the department, still clean up dashboard camera recordings and security footage. But something changed after the Martinez case. Now, whenever I pull up a new file, I find myself listening not just for evidence of crimes, but for other voices hiding in the static. Voices that speak of things that haven't happened yet, but will. Because here's the thing about knowledge. Once you have it, you can't unknow it. And sometimes, late at night when the rain is falling and the servers hum their endless white noise symphony, I swear I can hear a voice, gentle, feminine, with an accent I still can't quite place, waiting to tell me what happens next. But I never clean up those recordings. Some knowledge is better left buried in the static. Echoes of the woods. The path wound through the forest in a series of tight curves, the trees so dense they blocked out most of the remaining daylight. When I finally spotted a clearing up ahead, relief washed over me. But as I approached, my headlights illuminated something that made my stomach drop. An abandoned car, its hood popped open and its tires flattened. It was a rusted relic, long since claimed by the elements, with vines snaking through the grille and moss covering the windows. I parked a safe distance away and got out to inspect it. The air was cold and damp, and the silence was even more pronounced without the hum of the engine. The car's interior was gutted, the seats ripped open as if by some animal. There were no plates, no identifying marks, just an empty shell of a vehicle, left to rot in the middle of nowhere. A faint trail led away from the car, disappearing into the woods. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow it. My boots crunched against the fallen leaves, each step echoing unnaturally loud. The trail was narrow, flanked by trees that seemed to close in the further I went. The air grew colder and the light dimmer until I could barely see more than a few feet ahead. Then, I saw it. A small cabin nestled among the trees. Its windows were dark, and the roof sagged under the weight of years of neglect. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, the only sign that it was still inhabited. I approached cautiously, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The front door was ajar, creaking softly in the wind. I called out, but my voice sounded small and hollow in the vast emptiness of the woods. There was no response. Steeling myself, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The cabin was a single room, sparsely furnished with a cot, a wood-burning stove, and a rickety table. The walls were adorned with strange symbols carved directly into the wood, their jagged lines forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the symbols weren't random. They formed a pattern, one that seemed to spiral inward toward the center of the room. In the middle of the floor was a trap door, its edges worn smooth from years of use. Something about it felt wrong, as if the very air around it was heavier, thicker. I wanted to leave, to turn around and never look back, but some morbid curiosity kept me rooted in place. I crouched down and pulled the trap door open. The hinges groaned in protest, revealing a dark, gaping hole. A ladder led down into the blackness, the rungs slick with moisture. The smell wafting up from below was foul a mix of damp earth and something metallic, like rusted iron. I don't know what possessed me to climb down. Maybe it was the sheer unreality of the situation, the way it felt like a waking nightmare. Or maybe it was the feeling that whatever was down there had to be the key to understanding why I'd ended up here. The descent was slow, each rung colder than the last. The darkness swallowed me whole, the faint light from above fading until I was plunged into complete blackness. I fumbled for my phone, using the flashlight to illuminate the space around me. The walls were earthen, damp and glistening, and the tunnel stretched on endlessly in both directions. I chose a direction at random and started walking. The tunnel was unnervingly narrow, forcing me to hunch over. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of water. Time lost all meaning. It felt like I'd been walking for hours when I finally came to a larger chamber. The room was circular, its walls lined with more of those strange symbols. In the center was a stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I could only hope wasn't blood. Surrounding the altar were objects that defied explanation. Bones arranged in intricate patterns, jars filled with unidentifiable substances, and a single candle that burned with a dim, flickering light. I should have turned back then. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. But as I stood there, paralyzed by fear, I noticed something on the far wall. It was a photograph, tacked haphazardly to the dirt. I approached it slowly, the candlelight casting shifting shadows that made the whole scene feel alive. The photograph was old, the edges yellowed and curling. It showed a group of people standing in front of the very cabin I'd entered. Their faces were obscured, either by motion or deliberate smudging. But one figure stood out, a man with piercing eyes that seemed to stare directly at me, even through the faded print. Behind him, barely visible in the shadows, was something else. Something tall and impossibly thin, its limbs unnaturally long and bent at odd angles. My blood ran cold as I realized it wasn't a trick of the light. The thing was real, and it was watching me. I don't remember running back to the ladder, only the blind panic that propelled me forward. My flashlight flickered and died as I climbed, leaving me in suffocating darkness. When I finally emerged into the cabin, the air was thick with the smell of smoke and decay. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse, their lines shifting and writhing like living things. I bolted out the door and into the woods, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. The path was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of trees that all looked the same. I ran blindly, branches tearing at my clothes and skin, until I stumbled into another clearing. In the center was a circle of stones, each one etched with those same sinister symbols. Inside the circle lay a pile of bones, bleached white and arranged in a way that seemed deliberate. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the bones weren't animal, they were human. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in terror, but eventually I heard it. A low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't human. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist. I turned and ran, the sound growing louder, closer. The trees blurred together as I sprinted, my lungs burning and my legs threatening to give out. When I finally broke through the tree line and onto a paved road, I collapsed, gasping for air. A passing car stopped, and the driver helped me to my feet. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. They took me to the nearest town, where I told my story to the local authorities. They searched the woods but found nothing. No cabin, no symbols, no bones. I've since tried to put the experience behind me, to convince myself it was just a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. But every now and then, I see those piercing eyes in my dreams, and I wake up with the sound of that guttural growl echoing in my ears. The woods haven't called me back, and I pray they never do. The Midnight Visitor. I never told anyone why I really left my job as a night shift nurse at Pine Grove Nursing Home. They all assumed it was the stress, the long hours, the emotional toll of watching patients decline. I let them think that. It's easier than explaining what really happened during my last night there. Easier than trying to convince them that what I saw was real. But now I have to tell someone, because last night, at exactly 3:17 a.m., my phone rang. The caller ID showed Pine Grove Nursing Home, and when I answered, I heard the soft, steady beep of a cardiac monitor, followed by the voice I've been trying to forget for the past 6 months. Nurse Anderson, I'm ready for my medicine now. Mrs. Eleanor Webb. Room 217. Deceased as of April 15th, 2024, at 3:17 a.m. I should start at the beginning. It was supposed to be a normal night shift. They're all normal until they're not. I'd been working at Pine Grove for 3 years, long enough to know every creaky floorboard, every flickering fluorescent light, every patient's particular habits and needs. Night shifts in a nursing home have their own rhythm. Medication rounds, hourly checks, the quiet moments in between when the building seems to breathe with the collective inhales and exhales of its sleeping residents. Mrs. Webb had been with us for nearly a decade, a sweet woman, always lucid despite her advanced age, with a sharp wit and sharper memory. She loved to tell stories about her years as a high school English teacher, about the thousands of students whose lives she'd touched. She never had children of her own, she'd tell me during our late-night talks. But she had all those students, all those young minds she'd shaped. That night, her last night, started like any other. I made my rounds at midnight, checking vitals, administering medications. Mrs. Webb was awake when I entered her room, sitting up in bed with her reading glasses perched on her nose, a weathered copy of The Turn of the Screw open on her lap. "Just getting to the good part," she said, smiling up at me. "Have you ever read it, dear?" I told her I hadn't. "Oh, you should. It's all about the things we see when we're alone in the dark. The things that might be real or might be in our minds. Sometimes there's not much difference between the two, is there?" I nodded politely, checked her vitals, all normal, and gave her her evening medications. Before I left, she called me back. "Nurse Anderson, would you mind bringing me my red cardigan? The one in the closet? It gets so cold in here sometimes." I opened her closet door. There was no red cardigan. "Mrs. Webb, I don't see..." But she was already asleep, the book fallen closed on her chest, her glasses slightly askew. I did my 1 a.m. rounds, my 2 a.m. rounds, everything normal. The building settled into its nighttime quiet, broken only by the occasional cough or creak of an adjusting bed. At 3:15 a.m., Mrs. Webb's call button lit up. I wasn't worried at first. She often woke in the night needing water or help to the bathroom. But when I entered her room, something felt wrong. The air was dense, heavy with an electrical charge like just before a storm. And it was cold. So cold, I could see my breath clouding in front of me. Mrs. Webb was sitting up in bed again, but something was different. Her posture was too straight, too rigid. Her hands were folded neatly in her lap, but her fingers were moving, not fidgeting, but writing invisible words on her thighs over and over. "Mrs. Webb?" Did you need something? She turned her head toward me, but her eyes weren't right. They were completely black, like empty holes in her face. I need my cardigan, she said, but her voice wasn't right either. It echoed, as if multiple voices were speaking in almost perfect unison. The red one. They're all waiting. Who's waiting, Mrs. Webb? Her fingers kept writing, faster now. I could hear her nails scratching against the fabric of her nightgown. My students, she said. All my students. The ones who never left. She smiled then, and her teeth were wrong too. Too many of them. Too sharp. Would you like to meet them, Nurse Anderson? They're just there, in the closet, with my red cardigan. I looked at the closet door. It was open now, though I hadn't opened it. Inside was absolute darkness, a darkness that seemed to pulse and breathe. And something was coming out of that darkness. Many somethings. Young faces, twisted and wrong. Hands reaching, grasping. Mouths opening to reveal too many teeth, just like Mrs. Webb's. My students, Mrs. Webb said, her voice now a chorus of dozens, hundreds of voices. The ones who never left, the ones I kept, the ones I taught my final lesson. The shadows were taking shape now, forming into figures in old-fashioned school uniforms, their faces a horrible mixture of youth and ancient evil. They moved like smoke but left wet footprints on the floor. You see, Nurse Anderson, some lessons can only be taught in the dark. Some knowledge can only be passed on in death. And now, her head turned toward me, rotating too far, until she was looking at me over her own shoulder. Now it's time for your lesson. The cardiac monitor started to beep frantically. The shadows surged forward. I ran. I don't remember much after that. The official report says I was found in the parking lot at 3:45 a.m., incoherent and hyperventilating. They told me Mrs. Webb had passed peacefully in her sleep. Natural causes, nothing unusual, but I know what I saw. And now, 6 months later, my phone is ringing again. 3:17 a.m., Pine Grove Nursing Home. This time there's a text message too. Found my red cardigan, dear. Won't you come see? The students miss you. We have so much to teach you. Attached is a photo, a closet door standing open. Inside, hanging on a hook, is a red cardigan. It's dripping something dark onto the floor. And in the darkness behind it, I can see faces. Young faces. Smiling faces. Waiting faces. My phone rings again. Nurse Anderson? I'm ready for my medicine now. We're all ready. Won't you come back to room 217? The lesson is about to begin. I should block the number. I should throw my phone away. I should run. But I can't stop staring at the photo, at the cardigan, at the faces in the dark, because I've just noticed something. Something that makes my blood run cold. In the reflection of the closet mirror, I can see myself, standing there, wearing a nurse's uniform. But it's not my face anymore. I'm smiling with too many teeth, and my eyes are completely black. The lesson has already begun, and I think I'm starting to understand what Mrs. Webb meant about the things we see in the dark, about how sometimes there's not much difference between what's real and what's in our minds. Because now I can hear them too, the voices of her students, whispering, teaching, calling, and I'm learning. Oh God, I'm learning. Won't you come learn with me? Room 217 is waiting. We're all waiting. And we have so much to teach. The passenger. I can still hear the rain pounding against the windshield, like 1,000 desperate fingers tapping to be let in. That night, the sky was a bruise, swollen and blackened, and the roads glistened like they were made of obsidian. I hadn't planned to be out so late, but plans have a way of unraveling when you least expect it. I was driving back from a work meeting that had run longer than it should have, and the weather had taken a turn for the apocalyptic. The radio crackled intermittently, the storm's interference punctuating the static like ghostly whispers. I kept my focus on the winding road, the beams of my headlights slicing through the torrent, when I saw her. She was standing by the side of the road, a pale silhouette against the darkness, drenched and shivering. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, a shadow cast by the rain, a trick of the headlights. But as I drew closer, her form sharpened. A young woman, no older than her early 20s, wearing a dress that clung to her like a second skin, her hair plastered to her face. She looked fragile, like something that could be swept away by the storm at any moment. I hesitated. Picking up strangers wasn't something I'd ever done, but there was something about her that tugged at my conscience. She didn't flag me down, didn't even turn to acknowledge the car. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself. Before I fully realized what I was doing, I slowed down and rolled down the passenger window. "Do you need a ride?" I called out, my voice barely audible over the hammering rain. She turned then, slowly, and her eyes met mine. They were dark, unfathomably so, and for a moment I felt like I was staring into an abyss. She nodded, her movements stiff, and walked to the passenger side. I unlocked the door, and she slid in without a word. The first thing I noticed was the smell, not unpleasant but earthy, like wet leaves and damp soil. She was soaked, water pooling on the seat beneath her. I handed her an old sweatshirt from the back seat, but she didn't take it. Instead, she pointed straight ahead, her finger trembling slightly. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to sound calm, though my heart was thudding in my chest. She didn't respond, just kept pointing. Her silence was unnerving, but I chalked it up to shock or fear. Maybe she'd been caught in the storm, abandoned, or worse. I didn't press her. We drove in silence, the car's interior filled with the sound of rain and the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers. Occasionally I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. She sat rigid, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, water dripping from her hair onto the seat. There was something off about her, not just her silence, but the way she seemed detached, like she wasn't entirely there. After what felt like an eternity, she lifted her hand and pointed again. We were approaching a turnoff, a narrow gravel path that led into the woods. My stomach tightened. "Here?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the path. I turned, the car's tires crunching over the gravel, and followed the road as it wound deeper into the trees. The headlights illuminated twisted branches and the occasional glint of water from puddles, but nothing else. Then, up ahead, I saw it. A cemetery. It came into view suddenly, the wrought iron gates looming like the entrance to some forgotten realm. I pulled to a stop just outside, the car's beams casting long, eerie shadows over the headstones. Turning to my passenger, I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. The seat was empty. I stared, uncomprehending, at the damp indentation where she'd been sitting. Water still pooled on the seat, and the faint scent of earth lingered in the air, but she was gone. My first thought was that she'd somehow slipped out of the car without me noticing, but that made no sense. The door hadn't opened, and I hadn't heard a sound. I looked out into the rain, half expecting to see her figure moving among the graves, but there was nothing. I sat there for a long moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my mind racing. Finally, I stepped out of the car, the rain immediately soaking through my jacket. I called out into the night, my voice trembling, but the only response was the wind and the patter of rain on stone. As I approached the gates, something caught my eye. A headstone near the entrance, its surface slick with rain, bore a name that sent a chill down my spine. It was hers. The name etched into the stone matched the monogram on the bracelet I'd glimpsed on her wrist when she'd climbed into the car. The date of death? 5 years ago to the day. I stumbled back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My rational mind struggled to make sense of it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But the damp seat and the lingering scent told a different story. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The image of her pale face and those abyssal eyes haunted me, replaying over and over in my mind. In the days that followed, I scoured the local archives, piecing together her story. She'd been a local girl, loved and admired, until one stormy night when she'd gone missing. They'd found her body days later, washed up in a creek not far from the cemetery. Rumors of foul play had circulated, but nothing was ever proven. Her death had been ruled an accident, though the townsfolk whispered otherwise. Now, every time it rains, I can't help but look over at the passenger seat, half expecting to see her sitting there, pointing silently into the darkness. I've taken different routes, avoided that stretch of road entirely, but it doesn't matter, because deep down, I know she'll always find me. The mirror room. I should have known something was wrong the moment I stepped into my grandmother's house. The air felt different, heavier somehow, like it was pregnant with secrets that had gestated in the darkness during the decade the place stood empty. But grief has a way of dulling your senses, of making you dismiss the warning signals your primitive brain sends screaming through your synapses. The house had been in our family for generations, passing from mother to daughter in an unbroken chain, until it reached my grandmother, Eleanor Pierce. She was the one who broke tradition, skipping my mother entirely and leaving it to me in her will. Mom tried to hide her hurt, but I saw it in the tight lines around her mouth when the lawyer read the paperwork. "She always did favor you, Diana," she'd said, her voice brittle as dead leaves. "Ever since you were little." I didn't remember being particularly close to my grandmother. My childhood memories of her were sparse and strange, fragments of moments that didn't quite fit together. The smell of lavender and furniture polish. The way she'd watch me for hours as I played, her dark eyes intent behind her wire-rimmed glasses. How she'd insisted on brushing my hair exactly 100 strokes every night I stayed over, counting each one in a whisper. The house stood 3 stories tall, a Victorian monstrosity of steep gables and ornate woodwork, gone gray with age. The previous owners had covered every available wall space with mirrors, dozens of them, in frames of carved wood and tarnished gilt. My grandmother had kept them all, adding more of her own over the years, until the house became a maze of reflected light and shadow. I'd planned to sell it initially. The real estate market was hot, and a restored Victorian in this neighborhood would fetch enough to pay off my student loans with plenty left over for a down payment on a condo. But something made me hesitate. Maybe it was the way the house seemed to wake up when I walked through it that first day, like a cat opening one eye to watch an intruder. Or maybe it was the discovery of my grandmother's journals, stacked neatly in her desk drawer, their pages filled with her spidery handwriting and strange diagrams. So I moved in, telling myself it was temporary, just long enough to sort through her belongings and get the place ready for sale. The first few days were uneventful, filled with the mundane tasks of settling in. I cleaned, organized, called contractors about updating the ancient electrical system. If the mirrors sometimes caught my eye at odd moments, if I occasionally glimpsed movement in them when I was alone, I blamed it on stress and an overactive imagination. But then the lag started. I noticed it one morning as I was brushing my teeth. I dropped my hand and my reflection took a fraction of a second too long to follow. Just a tiny hesitation, barely perceptible, but once I'd seen it, I couldn't unsee it. It happened again while I was getting dressed, my reflection's movements slightly out of sync, like a video with mismatched audio. I started avoiding the mirrors, keeping my eyes down as I passed them. But in a house like this, that was nearly impossible. They were everywhere. Tall pier glasses in the hallways, elaborate vanities in every bedroom. Even small decorative mirrors worked into the wainscoting, and they all seemed to be watching me. The lag got worse. A second, then two, then longer. Sometimes my reflection would continue moving after I'd stopped, its movements jerky and wrong, like a puppet being manipulated by an unskilled hand. I started covering the mirrors with sheets, but every morning I'd find them uncovered again, the fabric folded neatly on the floor. That's when I found the second set of journals, hidden behind a loose panel in the master bedroom. These were different from the ones in the desk. The handwriting was the same, but the content. My grandmother's elegant script filled page after page with ravings about the other side and the watchers in the glass. She wrote about experiments with mirrors, about creating doorways and passages, about things that could cross over if given the chance. The final entry was dated 3 days before her death. It's too late now. They're coming through. I see them in every reflection, my other selves, wearing my face like a mask that doesn't quite fit. They're hungry for this side, for the solidity of flesh and the warmth of blood. I should have listened to Mother's warnings about the mirrors, should have remembered why she made me promise never to hang them in pairs, never to create infinite reflections. The recursion gives them power, gives them paths to follow, and now they've found me. I hear them scratching at the glass at night, testing the boundaries. I'm sorry, Diana. I tried to protect you, to keep you away from this house and its secrets. But they chose you long ago, when you were small. I saw it in the way they watched you through the mirrors. They want your face, your youth. I'm leaving you the house because I have no choice. The mirrors won't let anyone else take possession. Just remember, don't look too long at your reflection. Don't trust what you see. And whatever you do, don't let them catch you watching when they step through. I should have left then. Should have run as far and as fast as I could. But something held me there. A combination of curiosity and compulsion that felt uncomfortably like addiction. I started spending hours studying my reflection, noting the subtle wrongness that crept in day by day. The way my smile didn't quite reach my eyes. The unnaturally fluid way my head would turn when I wasn't paying attention. The hungry look that crossed my face when I glanced away. Last night it finally happened. I was standing in front of the full-length mirror in my grandmother's bedroom, my bedroom now, when my reflection stopped moving. I held perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, as it slowly turned its head to look directly at me. Its eyes were wrong, too dark and too deep, like wells that went down forever. It smiled, showing too many teeth. Then it took a step forward, pressing against the glass from the other side. I tried to run, but my muscles wouldn't respond, could only watch in horror as the surface of the mirror rippled like water, and my reflection reached through. Its hand was cold when it touched my face, its fingers leaving trails of numbness wherever they made contact. "Thank you for watching us for so long," it whispered in my voice, "for making us strong enough to cross over. We've been waiting centuries for someone like you, someone young and beautiful and so wonderfully alone." I felt a tugging sensation, like my skin was being slowly peeled away. Tried to scream, but no sound came out. The last thing I saw was my own face smiling at me as everything went dark. This morning my mother called. She was worried because I hadn't been answering my phone. I assured her I was fine, just busy settling into the house. She seemed relieved, but something in her voice was off. She asked if I was feeling all right, said I sounded different. I told her I had a slight cold, then made an excuse to hang up. The mirror in the hallway caught my eye as I lowered the phone. My reflection winked at me even though I hadn't moved. I should feel horrified, I suppose, should be fighting against this invasion of my body, this theft of my life. But the truth is, I'm fascinated. The world looks so different from this side of the glass. Everything is sharper, clearer, more real somehow. And I'm not alone anymore. I can see my other selves in every reflection, hundreds of versions of me stretching into infinity. They're teaching me things, showing me secrets about the house, about the mirrors, about the spaces in between. Sometimes I catch glimpses of the real Diana, trapped behind the glass. She pounds on the surface, her mouth open in a silent scream. But she's fading more each day, becoming transparent, becoming nothing. Soon, she'll be gone completely, and I'll have this life, this body, this world all to myself. Well, not quite to myself. There are so many mirrors in this house after all, so many reflections, so many doorways, and we're all so very, very hungry. The police report would later note several strange details about Diana Pierce's disappearance. How all the mirrors in her grandmother's house had shattered simultaneously on the night she was last seen. How they found her grandmother's journals, filled with increasingly paranoid ramblings about reflections and doppelgangers. How the only trace they ever found of Diana was a single bloody fingerprint on a fragment of mirror. A fingerprint that was hers, but reversed, like a reflection. The house stands empty now, its windows dark and shuttered. But sometimes, if you walk past at night, you might catch a glimpse of movement behind the boards, a flash of pale faces, of hungry eyes, of too wide smiles. And if you look too long, you might notice something else, how your own reflection seems to lag slightly behind your movements, how it watches you with an expression you've never worn, how it smiles when you turn away. Epilogue. 3 months later, Detective Sarah Chen stared at the crime scene photos spread across her desk, trying to make sense of the pattern. 3 disappearances in the past month, all within a 5-block radius of the old Pierce house. The victims had nothing in common except for one detail that kept appearing in witness statements. In the days before they vanished, each had complained about problems with mirrors, reflections that moved wrong, faces that weren't quite right. She picked up the most recent photo, a bathroom mirror from the last victim's house. The glass was shattered, but one fragment remained intact. Something about the angle of the photo caught her eye. She leaned closer, squinting at the reflected image. For a moment, she could have sworn she saw multiple faces looking back at her, all wearing her features, but twisted into expressions of malevolent glee. Then she blinked, and it was just her own tired face in the glossy surface of the photograph. She rubbed her eyes, telling herself it was just fatigue playing tricks on her mind. But as she gathered the photos to leave for the night, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with her reflection in her office window. Had her hand moved a fraction of a second too slowly? Had her head turned at an angle she hadn't intended? And why did her smile look so strange, so hungry, in the darkened glass? She reached for her phone to call for backup, but her reflection reached for something else entirely. The last thing Sarah Chen saw was her own face pressing through the window glass, wearing an expression of inhuman delight. The next morning, her partner would notice something odd about her behavior, about the way she moved as if her skin didn't quite fit. But by then it would be far too late. The mirrors were spreading their hunger, you see, and they had so many reflections left to fill. Author's note: if you're reading this, you might be tempted to dismiss it as fiction. That would be wise, safer. But the next time you catch your reflection moving strangely, or see a face in the mirror that's not quite yours, remember this story. Remember Diana Pierce and Sarah Chen and all the others whose names we'll never know. And whatever you do, don't look too closely at your reflection. Don't study the way it moves, the expressions it wears when it thinks you're not watching. Don't give it time to notice your attention, your fascination, because the mirrors are always hungry, and they've been watching you for so very, very long, just waiting for you to look back. It's strange how certain events can carve deep trenches into the memory, like shadows that refuse to fade. This is one such story, a tale I'd rather not remember but feel compelled to recount. Perhaps in the telling, I might rid myself of its lingering grip. My name is Evelyn, and at the time, I was just a regular 28-year-old scraping by in the bustling city of Portland. My days were filled with mundane errands, freelance graphic design work, and weekend trips to vintage shops. I had a soft spot for anything old, weathered, and steeped in mystery. Furniture, trinkets, books. That's how I stumbled across her. The shop was a little out of the way, tucked between a boarded-up theater and an abandoned laundromat. Haven Antiques, the faded wooden sign read. It smelled of mildew and dust, its cramped aisles a labyrinth of forgotten relics. I'd been there a handful of times before, but had never ventured to the back corner. That's where I found the doll. She sat propped against a yellowed lace curtain in a wicker chair, her porcelain face cracked just enough to lend her an air of melancholy. Her dark eyes, painted of course, seemed to follow me as I moved closer. She wore a navy dress with tiny white flowers, and her shoes were scuffed as though she'd walked miles. A black ribbon tied her dark hair into two neat pigtails. Despite her eerie presence, something about her called to me. "How much for the doll?" I asked the old man behind the counter. His thick glasses magnified his eyes to cartoonish proportions, and he looked at me as if I'd asked to purchase his soul. "That one, $5. His tone was clipped, hurried. "No refunds." I laughed nervously. "She's creepy, but I like her." "Creepy," he muttered under his breath. As he rang me up, he added, "You might want to keep her in a box." I thought it was an odd remark, but brushed it off. By evening, the doll had taken up residence on my bookshelf, nestled between a collection of leather-bound classics and a framed photo of my late mother. Her eyes caught the light, and I could swear they sparkled in the dim glow of my desk lamp. The first night was uneventful, though I did dream about her. In the dream, she stood on my nightstand, staring at me with those painted eyes. When I woke, I found her right where I'd left her on the shelf. Still, I felt uneasy. It began with small things. Her position seemed different, a tilt of the head, an arm raised slightly. I chalked it up to my overactive imagination. Then one morning, I found her lying on the floor, her dress stained with dust. I assumed she'd fallen during the night, though there was no breeze, no tremor to explain it. "Stay put, okay?" I murmured as I set her back on the shelf. Her painted lips seemed to curl into a subtle smirk. By the third night, I'd started to feel irrationally paranoid. I woke to a loud thud, my heart racing as I fumbled for the bedside lamp. The doll was on the floor again, this time closer to my bed. Her unblinking eyes stared up at me, almost accusatory. That was when I decided to move her. I placed her in a wooden box and shoved it into the closet. For a few days, life returned to normal. The oppressive feeling of being watched dissipated, but my relief was short-lived. It was a week later when the nightmares started. I dreamed of the doll every night. She would crawl out of the box, her porcelain limbs creaking as she climbed onto my bed. Sometimes she'd whisper in a voice like dry leaves, though I could never make out the words. Other times, she'd simply sit at the foot of my bed, her head tilting unnaturally as if observing me. I tried to ignore it, attributing the dreams to stress, but then I began hearing noises at night, the soft scrape of something dragging across the floor, faint giggles that seemed to echo from the closet. One night, I bolted upright to find the box sitting on my dresser, lid ajar. My skin prickled with cold dread. I threw the box into the basement, determined to forget about it. Yet the nightmares persisted, and soon I began finding the doll in unexpected places, perched on the kitchen counter, nestled in the laundry hamper, even sitting at my desk. Each time her eyes seemed more lifelike, her smirk more pronounced. "Stop it!" I screamed one night, hurling her against the wall. Her head cracked further, and a thin wisp of black smoke curled out before dissipating. I stared in disbelief, my chest heaving. That night, I slept with the lights on. Desperation drove me to research. I scoured forums, read about haunted objects, and even consulted a psychic. "It's not just a doll," she said, her voice trembling. "It's a vessel." "A vessel for what?" Her eyes darkened. "For something old, something angry." She advised me to burn it, but when I tried, the flames wouldn't catch. I doused it in lighter fluid, struck match after match, yet the doll remained unscathed. Defeated, I decided to return it to Haven Antiques. When I arrived, the shop was gone. In its place stood a vacant lot, overgrown with weeds. Confusion turned to dread as I realized the truth. Haven Antiques had never existed. The doll, whatever it was, had found its way to me, and it wasn't leaving. The nights grew darker, the air heavier. Shadows seemed to stretch and twist, whispering my name. The doll's movements became more brazen. I'd find her in my bed, her cracked face inches from mine, her cold fingers tangled in my hair. And then, one night, she spoke. Her voice was a child's, sweet and chilling. "Why won't you play with me?" I screamed, throwing her across the room. She landed on her feet, her head snapping toward me. "You can't get rid of me," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "I'm part of you now." Weeks turned to months, and my life unraveled. Friends stopped visiting, claiming my house felt wrong. My freelance work dried up as clients complained about unsettling images in my designs, images I didn't remember creating. I became a recluse, terrified to sleep, to dream, to live. And then came the final night. I woke to find the doll sitting on my chest, her weight crushing, her eyes glowing faintly. She leaned in, her lips brushing my ear as she whispered, "It's time." Time for what? I didn't know. But as darkness engulfed me, I realized with horrifying clarity that I was no longer alone in my own body. When they found me days later, I was sitting in the corner of my room clutching the doll. My eyes were vacant, my lips stretched into a grotesque smile. They say I mumbled the same phrase over and over. She's here. She'll always be here. I don't remember much after that, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I feel her stirring inside me, waiting, and I know this is far from over. The yellow fog. The first thing I noticed when I arrived at St. Augustine's Artists' Commune wasn't the converted church's imposing Gothic spires, or the way its weather-darkened stone seemed to absorb the weak autumn light. It was the smell, an earthy, almost sweet decay that reminded me of compost and something else I couldn't quite place. I would later learn that the surrounding woods were famous for their mushrooms, but at that moment, standing in the perpetual drizzle with my suitcase and art supplies, the scent only made me wonder if I'd made a mistake accepting the residency. Marion Blackwood? A tall woman with silver-streaked hair emerged from behind the heavy wooden doors. "I'm Diana Winthrop, the director. We spoke on the phone." Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she gestured for me to follow her inside. "You're just in time for evening meditation. We ring the bells at sunset." The interior was darker than I expected, despite the rows of tall windows. Maybe it was the weather, that strange yellow-tinted fog that had followed me for the last few miles of my drive, or maybe it was the way the old church seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. My boots echoed on the stone floor as Diana led me past what must have been the nave, now subdivided into individual studio spaces by hanging canvas partitions. "Your studio is in the north transept," Diana said, her voice carrying that particular New England crispness that made everything sound like a gentle criticism. "You'll find all the basic supplies, though I see you've brought your own." She glanced at my wrapped canvases with what might have been disapproval. I clutched my favorite brushes closer to my chest. Handmade sable that had cost 3 months' rent but were worth every penny for the way they seemed to anticipate my movements, extending my intent directly onto the canvas. "I prefer to use my own tools," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was something about Diana that made me feel like I was back in art school, defending my thesis to a particularly unimpressed committee. "Of course," she replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. "We find that true artists can create with anything, but comfort is important for beginners." Before I could protest that I was hardly a beginner, I had a moderately successful gallery show just last year. A sound cut through the air that made my spine stiffen. It wasn't quite a bell, though that's what Diana had called it. It was deeper, more resonant, like someone had struck a massive tuning fork. The vibration seemed to travel through the stone floor and up into my bones. "Ah, right on time," Diana said, checking her watch. 4:45. "We keep to a strict schedule here. You'll learn to appreciate the routine." She turned to me with that same not-quite smile. "Would you like to settle in first, or join us for meditation?" My head was starting to ache, either from the drive or that strange bell tone that seemed to linger in the air. "I think I'll unpack," I said. "It was a long trip." "As you wish." Was that disappointment in her voice? "The others will be eager to meet you at dinner. We've heard so much about your unique perspective on sacred geometry." I watched her walk away, her footsteps impossibly quiet on the stone floor, and tried to remember if I'd mentioned sacred geometry in my application. I didn't think I had. My work dealt primarily with organic forms, particularly mushrooms and their mycelial networks. I'd been fascinated by their hidden connections ever since I'd found that fairy ring in my parents' backyard as a child. My assigned studio space was smaller than I'd expected, but the north-facing windows would provide good light, assuming the sun ever broke through the fog. Someone had already set up an easel and a basic set of supplies: student-grade acrylics, synthetic brushes, the kind of materials I hadn't used since undergraduate studies. But it was the canvas that drew my attention. A large square piece, already primed and stretched, positioned precisely in the center of the easel. I stepped closer, frowning. The surface wasn't completely white. In the dim light, I could make out faint lines, geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I tried to focus on them. They reminded me of the growth patterns of certain fungi, the way they spread underground in perfect mathematics. "Oh, don't mind that." The voice behind me made me jump. A young man stood in the doorway, pale and thin with dark circles under his eyes that looked almost like bruises. "Sometimes the old works bleed through. I'm James, by the way. Studio next door." "Marion," I said, trying to calm my racing heart. "What do you mean, bleed through?" James shrugged, a jerky movement that reminded me of a puppet on strings. "This place has history. Art has memory. You'll see." He glanced over his shoulder, then leaned in closer. His breath smelled of earth and copper. "Just don't try to paint over them. It doesn't work. Trust me." Before I could ask what he meant, another bell tone filled the air, different from the first, higher, almost piercing. James straightened up as if pulled by invisible wires. "That's the second call. You should come to meditation. It helps with the dreams." "What dreams?" But he was already gone, his footsteps silent despite the stone floor. I turned back to the canvas, but in the fading light I couldn't make out the patterns anymore. Just white space, waiting to be filled. I spent the next hour unpacking, trying to arrange my space into something that felt like mine. The studio had a small attached bedroom, more of a cell really, with just enough room for a narrow bed and a dresser. The bathroom was shared down the hall. As I hung my clothes in the tiny closet, I noticed a faint discoloration on the wall behind it, spreading up from the baseboard like watercolor blooming on wet paper. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, it almost looked like it was moving. The third bell came just as I was setting up my paints. This one was different again, deeper than the first, but with harmonics that made my teeth ache. I had to grip the edge of the table until it passed, leaving behind a ringing in my ears and a metallic taste in my mouth. Dinner, it turned out, was served in what must have been the church's refectory, a long, narrow room with a vaulted ceiling that made every clink of cutlery echo. There were 12 other residents, I learned, though only 8 were at dinner that night. The others are deep in their work, Diana explained from her place at the head of the table. We don't disturb the process once it really takes hold. The food was simple but strange, mushroom soup that tasted both familiar and wrong somehow, and bread that had an odd yellow tinge to it. I found myself eating more than I meant to, though I wasn't particularly hungry. There was something compelling about the flavor, something that made me want to analyze it, break it down to its components. "It's the local fungi," said the woman next to me. Sarah, I thought her name was, though everyone had been introduced too quickly for me to keep track. "They have unique properties, perfect for artistic inspiration." She smiled. and I noticed a faint yellow stain at the corner of her mouth. Diana forages them herself. I looked down at my bowl, suddenly less hungry. I didn't know mushrooms could be that color naturally. "Oh, nothing about them is natural," James said from across the table. "That's what makes them." He cut off abruptly as Diana cleared her throat. "Perhaps we should discuss your work, Marion," Diana said smoothly. "We're all very interested in your process." The way she said process made it sound like an accusation. I took a sip of water, trying to wash away the lingering taste of the soup. "I work primarily with organic forms," I began, falling into my usual artist statement. "I'm interested in the hidden connections between things, the networks that exist just below the surface." Yes, Diana interrupted. "But what are you really looking for?" The question caught me off guard. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Nobody comes to St. Augustine's by accident," Sarah said, her voice soft but intense. "We're all searching for something, the truth beneath the truth, the pattern behind the pattern." "I'm just here to work," I said. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. There was something else, something that had drawn me to this place when I saw the residency listing. Something about the way the application had seemed to read my thoughts before I had them. "Of course you are," Diana said, that not quite smile again. "And work you shall, starting tomorrow. The morning bell rings at sunrise." That night I dreamed of mushrooms. They pushed up through the floorboards of my small room, pale and pulsing with their own inner light. In the dream, I watched them grow, fascinated by their geometric perfection. They formed patterns, circles, spirals, complex fractals that seemed to contain infinite depth. I wanted to paint them, to capture their impossible mathematics, but when I reached for my brushes, they squirmed in my hand like living things. I woke to the first bell of morning, my sheets damp with sweat despite the chill in the room. The dream clung to me like cobwebs, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw faint circles on the floor, glowing in the pre-dawn light. But when I blinked, they were gone. The fog was thicker than ever, pressing against the windows like something alive. Its yellow tint seemed stronger in the morning light, giving everything a jaundiced, sickly cast. I dressed quickly, shivering. The heat didn't seem to work properly in this part of the building, and made my way to the bathroom. The mirrors were all covered with cloth. When I tried to pull one down, I found it had been nailed in place. "We find reflections distracting," said a voice behind me. I turned to see an older man I didn't remember from dinner. His eyes were the same yellow as the fog. "Best to focus inward here. That's where the truth lies." I nodded as if this made perfect sense and hurried back to my studio. The canvas was waiting for me, those faint geometric patterns more visible in the morning light. They seemed to pulse slightly, like a heartbeat, though I told myself it must be a trick of the light. I set up my paints, laying out my brushes with careful precision. They were my touchstone, my connection to the real world of galleries and critics and normal artistic concerns. I picked up my favorite, the finest sable for detail work, and turned to the canvas. The patterns were gone. The surface was pristine white, as if newly primed. But when I moved my head slightly, I could see them again, just at the edge of my vision, like after images from staring at the sun. "They do that," James said from the doorway. I hadn't heard him approach. "They hide themselves until they're ready to be seen, like mushrooms before they fruit." "There's nothing there," I said firmly, more to convince myself than him. "It's just a blank canvas." He made that puppet jerk shrug again. If you say so. But you might want to try working with them instead of fighting them. It's easier that way. Less painful. Before I could ask what he meant, the second bell rang. This time the sound seemed to have color, a deep, pulsing yellow that matched the fog. I closed my eyes, but I could still see it behind my eyelids, forming those same geometric patterns I'd seen on the canvas. "Time for morning meditation," James said. His voice sounded distant, as if coming through water. "You should come. It helps with the adjustment." I wanted to refuse, to stay in my studio and start working on something normal, a still life maybe, or some preliminary sketches. But my feet were already moving, following James down the corridor to what had once been the church's main sanctuary. The other residents were already there, sitting in a circle on cushions. Diana stood in the center, holding something that looked like a bell, but wasn't quite. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, its surface seemed to ripple and flow. "Ah, Marian," she said, "I'm glad you decided to join us. Please sit. We were just about to begin today's visualization." I sat between James and Sarah, trying to ignore the way the floor seemed to pulse beneath me. Diana struck the not-quite bell, and the sound filled the space like liquid light. I felt it in my bones, in my teeth, behind my eyes. "Close your eyes," Diana instructed, "and look for the patterns. They're always there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be found." I closed my eyes, but I could still see geometric forms spinning and multiplying, mushrooms growing in perfect Fibonacci spirals, mycelial networks spreading like neural pathways. They were beautiful, terrifying, true. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty except for Diana. The quality of light suggested hours had passed, though it couldn't have been more than minutes. Could it? "How do you feel?" Diana asked, helping me to my feet. My legs were stiff, as if I'd been sitting for much longer than a morning meditation. I tried to find words for the images still dancing behind my eyes. "I saw." "Yes," she said. "You did. And now you're ready to begin your real work." I stumbled back to my studio, my head swimming with visions. The canvas was waiting for me, but it wasn't blank anymore. The patterns were clear now, impossible to ignore. They wanted to be painted, needed to be painted. I picked up my brush, my beautiful, expensive sable brush, and dipped it in yellow paint that I didn't remember mixing. The bristles writhed against my fingers like tiny tentacles, but that was fine. That was right. They knew what they wanted to paint, and I was just the vehicle. The work poured out of me like fever dreams. I painted mushrooms that grew in impossible geometries, their gills reflecting infinite recursions of themselves. I painted networks of mycelia that spelled out truths in mathematical languages I shouldn't have been able to understand. I painted the yellow fog as it really was, not weather at all, but the visible manifestation of something vast and patient and hungry. I painted until my brushes wore down to nubs, their sable bristles falling out like shed skin. I painted until my fingers bled, and then I painted with that too, because the patterns demanded red now, needed that iron-copper brightness to complete their equations. The bells rang, and I painted their sound. Diana brought me soup that tasted of secrets, and I painted its flavor. Sarah sat with me sometimes, whispering about the truth beneath the truth, and I painted her words in spirals that ate themselves. I don't know how long it's been. Time moves strangely here, measured only by the bells and the growth of mushrooms through the floorboards. Real ones now, not dreams. They glow with their own light just as I knew they would, and their patterns match exactly what I've painted. My newest brush is made from James's hair. He offered it himself after his own work was complete. I saw his final piece yesterday, or maybe last week, a masterwork of sacred geometry that had somehow captured the sound of all three bells combined. He won't need his hair anymore, he said. Where he's going, he won't need anything at all. I understand now why the mirrors are covered. We don't need to see our reflections to know how we've changed. I can feel the mushrooms growing inside me, their mycelia threading through my brain in perfect, beautiful patterns. Soon, my work will be complete too. I'm writing this because I found my old phone while looking for more red paint. It still works, though the screen keeps showing me geometric patterns that I need to paint right now. But I wanted to record this first, to explain to whoever finds it why I had to accept the residency, why I had to paint the truth, why we all did. The third bell is ringing. The yellow fog is very thick now, and the mushrooms are so beautiful, geometry made flesh, mathematics made real. Diana says I'm almost ready. One last painting, she says. One final pattern to complete the sequence. I can see it now, growing behind my eyes. It's so perfect, so true. I just need a little more red paint. The portrait's promise. The roses were dying again. I stood in the suffocating midnight air of the conservatory, watching their velvet petals curl and blacken before my eyes. 3 days. That's all they ever lasted in this house, no matter how tenderly I cared for them. The humid air pressed against my skin like a damp shroud as I touched one withering bloom, its once crimson petals crumbling beneath my fingertips. Just like before, I whispered, my voice barely disturbing the thick silence. The words hung in the air, trapped by the stagnant atmosphere that had plagued Maison St. Clair since I'd arrived 6 weeks ago. Even now I couldn't quite believe I was here, that I'd inherited this sprawling plantation house from a grandmother I'd never met. The lawyer's letter had arrived on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning, transforming my predictable Boston life with a few strokes of elegant script. As the last living descendant of Elizabeth St. Clair. Those words had set everything in motion, drawing me inexorably south to this decaying testament to old money and older secrets. I pulled my hand back from the roses, wiping the dark residue on my thin cotton nightgown. The fabric clung uncomfortably to my skin, already damp with sweat despite the late hour. Through the conservatory's grimy windows, I could see the moon hanging low and bloated in the Louisiana sky, casting sickly shadows through the Spanish moss that draped the property's ancient oaks. The portrait watched me from the far wall, as it always did. Even here, among the dying flowers, I couldn't escape great-great-grandmother Elizabeth's painted gaze. Her likeness hung in every major room of the house, a peculiar insistence of the will that I hadn't questioned at first. Now, 6 weeks in, I was beginning to understand why the previous caretaker had lasted barely a month before fleeing. Elizabeth's eyes followed me everywhere, painted with such skill that they seemed to hold real depth, real judgment. In each portrait, she wore the same high-necked black dress, the same severe expression, and the same golden locket gleaming at her throat. The one detail that varied was the collection of blood-red roses she held, sometimes a full bouquet, sometimes a single bloom. In this particular painting, the roses were arranged in a silver vase beside her, their petals captured mid-wilt, "What are you trying to tell me?" I murmured, stepping closer to the portrait. The floorboards creaked beneath my bare feet, the sound oddly muffled by the dense air. A bead of sweat trickled down my spine as I studied Elizabeth's face. There was something in her expression that seemed different tonight, a slight curve to her lips that I hadn't noticed before, as if she were about to speak. The locket at her throat caught the moonlight, and I reached up instinctively to touch its twin, which hung cool and heavy against my own skin. Finding it among my grandmother's belongings had been the first strange coincidence in a house that seemed to manufacture them. Inside was a tiny daguerreotype of Elizabeth herself, mirror image to the portraits that surrounded me, down to the roses in her hand. A sudden draft stirred the air, the first movement I'd felt all night, carrying with it the sickly sweet scent of decay. The roses, I thought at first, but this smell was older, deeper, rising from somewhere beneath the floorboards. My stomach clenched as another wave of the odor washed over me. "Just the bayou," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. The words sounded hollow in the dense air. The temperature dropped suddenly, raising goosebumps along my arms. I wrapped them around myself, fingers clutching at my biceps as I watched my breath form visible clouds in the newly chilled air. The change was impossible. It had been stifling moments ago, yet I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. Behind me, a petal fell from one of the dying roses, its soft impact against the wooden floor somehow loud as a gunshot in the midnight silence. I spun toward the sound, heart thundering against my ribs, and found myself face to face with my own reflection in the conservatory windows. For a moment, in the darkness beyond the glass, I could have sworn I saw another face superimposed over mine, older, severe, wearing an expression of grim satisfaction. The locket at my throat grew suddenly, impossibly cold. I gasped, fingers flying to the metal that now felt like ice against my skin. As I touched it, the catch sprang open, something it had never done before, and a scrap of yellowed paper fluttered to the floor. My hands trembled as I bent to retrieve it, the ancient paper crackling beneath my fingers. The handwriting was faded but elegant, the same script I'd seen on documents throughout the house, Elizabeth's own hand. The message was brief, but its words sent a chill deeper than any cold draft through my body. Blood calls to blood, and debt calls to debt. The roses remember sweet Eleanor, and so must you. I looked up at the portrait, my breath catching in my throat. Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine, and this time I was certain her expression had changed. The slight smile had broadened, revealing teeth that gleamed too white, too sharp in the moonlight. The smell of decay grew stronger, rising through the floorboards like a physical presence. My head swam with it as memories began to surface, memories that couldn't possibly be mine, yet unfolded with the vivid clarity of lived experience. I saw Elizabeth in this very room, her black dress stark against the riot of roses that bloomed unnaturally red. She held a silver gardening knife in one gloved hand, its blade stained dark. "The price must be paid," she whispered to someone I couldn't see. "The roses must be fed." The vision hit me with such force that I staggered, catching myself against the wall. The painted Elizabeth's eyes bored into mine as more memories crashed through my mind, the sharp tang of blood mixing with the scent of roses. A body being dragged across these very floorboards, the roses blooming brilliant red, fed by something darker than water. "No," I stammered, pressing my hands to my temples. "These aren't my memories. They can't be." But even as I denied them, I knew they were true. They were Elizabeth's memories, passed down through blood and bone, waiting for the moment when the last St. Clair daughter would return home. The locket burned cold against my skin as another memory surfaced. Elizabeth standing before a fresh grave, roses scattered across the turned earth. "The bargain is sealed," she said to the night air. "My roses will bloom eternal, fed by the blood of the guilty, and when the debt comes due, my own blood will return to pay it." My legs gave out and I sank to the floor, the rotting boards soft beneath my knees. The smell of decay was overwhelming now, and as I watched in horror, dark liquid began to seep up through the cracks between the floorboards. It wasn't water. The liquid was too thick, too dark, and it carried the metallic tang of old blood. The roses suddenly straightened in their vases, their withered petals unfurling and flushing with unnatural life as they drank in the dark liquid. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile grew wider still, and I could have sworn I heard her voice, distant, yet crystal clear. "Welcome home, Eleanor. The roses have waited so long for fresh blood." I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The dark liquid had reached my knees, staining my white nightgown with spreading crimson blooms. The roses continued to revive, their petals now a red so deep it was almost black, and I understood with horrible clarity what Elizabeth had done, what she had promised, and what my return to Maison St. Clair really meant. "The debt must be paid," I heard myself say, but the voice that came from my throat wasn't entirely my own. My fingers moved without my volition to touch the locket, and I felt Elizabeth's memories settle into my mind like poison sinking into soil. The roses needed blood to bloom, had always needed blood, and Elizabeth had promised them an endless supply, sealed with the lives of those she judged guilty. But when her own sins grew too heavy, she'd made a new bargain. Her own bloodline would return, generation after generation, to pay the debt and keep the roses fed. I was the last of that bloodline. The roses had called me home. Through the windows I could see the moon hanging red and swollen in the sky, its light painting the conservatory in shades of blood and shadow. The portraits of Elizabeth that lined the walls seemed to pulse with inner light, and in each one her smile grew wider, her eyes more triumphant. The locket at my throat beat like a second heart, pumping Elizabeth's memories through my veins until I couldn't tell where her thoughts ended and mine began. I remembered the first killing, a man who cheated Elizabeth's family, whose blood had fed the first roses. I remembered the second, the third, the dozen that followed, each death justified by Elizabeth's twisted sense of justice. I remembered the moment she realized her own guilt outweighed those she'd judged and the bargain she'd struck to protect herself. Her own bloodline would inherit both house and curse, drawn back to feed the roses until there was no one left to return. The dark liquid had reached my waist now, but I no longer felt the urge to escape it. Elizabeth's memories had taken root, her purpose becoming mine with each beat of the locket against my chest. The roses needed blood to bloom, and the St. Clair women had always provided it. That was our duty, our curse, our inheritance. I rose slowly to my feet, the bloodied fabric of my nightgown clinging to my skin. In the portrait, Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine with shared understanding. The silver gardening knife I'd seen in my vision, her vision, our vision, gleamed on a nearby table, its blade still sharp after all these years. "The debt must be paid," I whispered, reaching for the knife. The roses watched with their blood-dark blooms, waiting for the next sacrifice. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile matched my own, and I knew with certainty that I would not be the last St. Clair daughter to answer the rose's call. The night stretched endless before me, thick with the smell of roses and blood, as I stepped out of the conservatory to begin my inherited work. The portraits of Elizabeth followed my progress through the house, their painted eyes alight with triumph, knowing that her bargain would be honored for at least one more generation. In the conservatory behind me, the roses bloomed impossibly red, drinking in the moonlight and waiting for the fresh blood that would keep them alive for another generation. And somewhere in the depths of my borrowed memories, I heard Elizabeth laugh. The unrest stop. It's been nearly 2 decades since that night, and I still can't drive down an empty highway without feeling my stomach churn. Even now, the memory lingers like a shadow at the corner of my vision, always there, always waiting to remind me of what we saw, or what we think we saw. I've told the story to friends, co-workers, anyone who'd listen, and while most just laugh it off or give me skeptical looks, I've stopped caring. It's not about whether they believe me. It's about getting it out, like purging some toxin from my system. But if you're willing to hear me out, I'll tell you everything. Every detail, every chill, every moment when the world seemed to fold in on itself. I was 16 then, stuck in that awkward stage where I thought I knew everything and simultaneously felt like I knew nothing. My mom had decided that our summer vacation would be a road trip, a cross-country journey from New York to California, crammed in a battered minivan with my older sister Jenna, who was 20 and eternally exasperated with me. The trip was supposed to be an adventure, a bonding experience. What it became was something else entirely. It was late, past midnight, when we found ourselves on a desolate stretch of interstate somewhere in the Midwest. The road was long and flat, cutting through endless fields of nothingness. We hadn't seen another car in what felt like hours, and the only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of static from the radio. Despite the emptiness, we weren't tired. We'd stopped a few hours earlier for dinner and coffee, and the caffeine was still doing its job. But nature called, and the gas gauge was dipping toward empty. When the glow of a rest stop appeared on the horizon, it felt like a blessing. A small green sign announced its presence. Rest stop, 1 mile. My mom, ever the pragmatic one, pulled off the exit without hesitation. As we approached, the place looked ordinary enough. A single-story building with the usual gas pumps out front, a flickering neon open sign in the window, and a scattering of parked vehicles. There was a van full of teenagers, their laughter and chatter spilling into the night air, and a small gray sedan parked at the pump directly in front of us. 2 men stood by the car, their figures silhouetted in the harsh fluorescent light. They didn't move as we pulled up, didn't acknowledge our arrival. It wasn't unusual, not at first. "I'll go in with Jenna," my mom said, unbuckling her seatbelt. "You stay here and watch the car." I nodded, content to scroll through my phone and enjoy the brief solitude. They disappeared into the building and I was left alone, the quiet wrapping around me like a blanket. That's when the unease began to creep in. It was subtle at first, a faint prickle at the back of my neck, an inexplicable sense that something was off. The teenagers were the first to react. I heard one of them say, "This place is creepy as hell," followed by murmurs of agreement. They fumbled with the gas pump, muttering about it not working, and then, just like that, they piled back into their van and sped off, their taillights disappearing into the darkness. I turned my attention to the gray car in front of us. The 2 men were still there, standing as still as statues, They weren't talking. They weren't moving. They weren't even looking at each other. It was as if they were frozen in time. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. When my mom and Jenna came rushing out of the building, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear, I knew something was wrong. "Get in the car," Mom said, her voice sharp and urgent. I didn't argue. As soon as they slammed the doors shut, I saw it. The men turned to look at us, slowly, deliberately, but they didn't move their bodies, only their heads, their eyes. I'll never forget their eyes, or rather the lack of them. Where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but darkness, not black like ink or shadow, but an absence of light, an emptiness that seemed to pull at my very soul. I couldn't look away, and yet every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee, to get as far away as possible. "Go!" Jenna shouted, and Mom floored the gas pedal. The tires squealed and the minivan lurched forward. As we sped out of the parking lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The men hadn't moved. They just stood there watching us, their empty eyes fixed on our retreating car. We didn't stop driving until we reached the next city, an hour away. Even then, we couldn't bring ourselves to talk about what had happened. It wasn't until the next morning, when we were safely ensconced in a brightly lit diner, that we finally compared notes. And that's when things got even stranger. We tried to find the rest stop on a map, retracing our route and pinpointing the exact location where we'd pulled off. But it wasn't there. No matter how many times we searched, no matter how many locals we asked, there was no trace of it. It was as if the place had never existed. To this day, I don't know what we saw. Were the men even human? Was the rest stop some kind of liminal space, a tear in the fabric of reality? I've heard stories of haunted places, of ghostly apparitions and unexplained phenomena, but nothing comes close to what we experienced that night. I've driven that stretch of interstate several times since then, always hoping and dreading that I might see the rest stop again. But it's gone, vanished without a trace. And yet, in the quiet moments, when the world feels just a little too still, I can't help but feel that it's still out there, waiting for its next visitors. The Archivist's Burden. The first photograph appeared on my desk on a Tuesday morning in October. I remember the exact moment because I had just finished cataloging a collection of Civil War letters, my specialty as head archivist at the Whitmore Historical Society. The photograph shouldn't have been remarkable. A black and white portrait of a young woman circa 1940s, her eyes downcast and hands folded primly in her lap. But something about it made my skin crawl. I've spent 20 years handling historical artifacts, learning to read the stories they tell beyond their physical presence. This photograph felt wrong. Not damaged or fraudulent. I've encountered plenty of those. But wrong in a way that defied professional explanation. The woman's pose was too still, her shadow too dark against the backdrop. And her hands. I could have sworn they were in a slightly different position each time I looked away and back. "Margaret?" I called out to my assistant but received no response. Right. She had taken a personal day. I was alone in the archive's basement office, surrounded by climate-controlled storage rooms and the gentle hum of dehumidifiers. I checked our acquisition records but found no entry for the photograph. This wasn't entirely unusual. We sometimes received anonymous donations through our mail slot. I created a new entry following standard cataloging procedure. My hands trembled slightly as I measured the photograph's dimensions. 8 x 10 inches, standard size. The paper was period appropriate, showing expected signs of age. When I looked up from my notes, there was a second photograph on my desk. I froze, pen hovering above paper. This one showed the same woman, but from a different angle. Her head was turned slightly to the right, and though her eyes were still downcast, a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. The shadow behind her had grown larger, spreading across the backdrop like an ink stain. I am not a fanciful person. My profession demands rigorous attention to detail and skepticism toward unprovable claims. I've debunked countless stories of haunted artifacts and cursed heirlooms. But in that moment, I felt something I hadn't experienced since childhood, pure, irrational terror. I forced myself to remain calm and logical. Someone must have placed the second photograph there while I was distracted with cataloging. But I hadn't heard footsteps on the creaking floorboards, hadn't felt the characteristic draft when the basement door opened. The phone on my desk rang, making me jump. I answered with hands that were definitely shaking now. Whitmore Historical Society. This is Daniel speaking. Static crackled on the line. Through it I heard what sounded like an old recording of orchestral music, the kind played on a phonograph. A woman's voice, distant and distorted. Have you seen them yet? I'm sorry. Who is this? The collection needs to be complete. The music grew louder, brass instruments distorting into something that sounded like screaming. She's been waiting so long. The line went dead. When I looked back at my desk, there were 4 photographs. In the third, the woman's head was raised, but her face was obscured by shadow. The fourth showed her standing, her dress rippling as if caught in a breeze, though the backdrop remained perfectly still. The shadow behind her had taken on a vaguely human shape, reaching toward her with elongated fingers. I should have left, should have walked out of that basement and never returned. But archivists have a duty to preserve history, to maintain order in the face of chaos. And beneath my fear was a familiar, scholarly curiosity. Who was this woman? What was the significance of these photographs? How were they appearing on my desk? I began to research. The woman's clothing and hairstyle suggested the photographs were taken between 1943 and 1945. The backdrop and lighting setup matched the style of Marcus Sullivan, a photographer who operated a studio in downtown Whitmore during that period. Sullivan was known for his innovative techniques and had a particular interest in capturing movement in still photographs. He also disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1945, leaving behind a fully equipped studio but no traces of his work. The police investigation found all of his photographs and negatives had been destroyed, the ashes still warm in his fireplace when they arrived. As I read the newspaper archive's account of Sullivan's disappearance, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The article mentioned his last known client, Miss Eleanor Reed, age 23, who sat for a portrait session on the morning of Sullivan's disappearance. When questioned, Miss Reed claimed to have no memory of the session, though multiple witnesses saw her enter the studio. She was cleared of any involvement, but suffered a nervous breakdown and was institutionalized 2 weeks later. I looked up from the microfilm reader. 8 photographs now covered my desk. In each successive image, the woman, Eleanor, was closer to the camera. Her smile had widened into something that stretched too far across her face. The shadow behind her had resolved into a dark figure that exactly matched her pose, like a 3-dimensional silhouette trying to peel itself away. The air in the basement felt thick, heavy with the scent of photographic chemicals. The humming of the dehumidifiers had taken on a rhythmic quality that reminded me of the orchestral music from the phone call. I reached for the newest photograph with trembling fingers. The moment I touched it, Every light in the basement flickered and died, leaving only the red glow of the emergency exit signs. In that crimson illumination, I saw that the photographs had changed. Eleanor was looking directly at the camera now, her eyes wide and pleading. The shadow figure had wrapped its arms around her waist, its head inclined toward her neck. And then, in the darkness between one emergency light and the next, I heard it, the whir and click of a camera shutter, again and again. Each sound brought a burst of phantom flashbulb light that burned after images into my vision. When my eyes adjusted, the photographs had multiplied. They covered my desk, spilled onto the floor, plastered themselves across the walls. Hundreds of Eleanors stared at me, their expressions progressing from fear to resignation to something else entirely. In each image, the shadow figure grew more substantial, more real, while Eleanor became increasingly transparent, like a double exposure slowly fading away. The temperature plummeted. My breath fogged in the air as I stumbled backward, knocking over a stack of archival boxes. The crash echoed through the basement, but beneath it, I heard something else. The scratch of a phonograph needle, followed by that distant orchestral music. The collection must be complete. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, Eleanor's and not Eleanor's, a chorus of whispers that made my teeth ache. The emergency lights flickered faster now, strobe-like bursts that transformed the basement into a makeshift darkroom. In those fractional seconds of illumination, I saw them. Figures stepping out of the photographs, Eleanor and her shadow multiplied into a crowd of identical pairs. They moved with jerky, stop-motion precision, like subjects in an early motion study. With each step, the shadow figures grew more solid while the Eleanors became increasingly ghost-like. I ran for the stairs, but they were blocked by a wall of photographs that hadn't been there moments before. Each one showed the same scene, the basement, from every conceivable angle, with me at the center. And in every image, standing just behind me, was a shadow that didn't match my pose. The whirring of camera shutters reached a deafening crescendo. The emergency lights exploded in a shower of sparks and glass. In the total darkness that followed, I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, like fingers made of photographic negative. "Your turn," Eleanor's voice whispered, her breath like chemical fixer against my ear. "The artist needs new subjects." The last thing I saw before the flashbulb went off was my own shadow, standing 3 feet away, smiling back at me. They found me the next morning when Margaret came into work. I was sitting at my desk, apparently cataloging a collection of photographs that didn't exist. The doctors called it a psychotic break brought on by prolonged isolation and archival gases. They said I was lucky. Most of the other victims of the Whitmore photography incident didn't survive their encounters. I've been in this institution for 3 months now. The medication helps with the tremors, but nothing can erase what I saw, what I became. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, my reflection moves a fraction of a second too late. My shadow falls in impossible directions, no matter where the light source is, and the photographs keep appearing. On my bedside table, under my pillow, tucked into my case file. Always the same progression, always ending with a new subject. The collection grows, one portrait at a time. I know how this story ends. I've seen it play out in silver halide and shadow, frozen in countless variations. The artist is patient. The camera is always watching. And somewhere in that basement archive, in a box that can't be found but can't be destroyed, the negatives are waiting to be developed. Here's the truth I've learned too late. Some histories shouldn't be preserved. Some stories are meant to fade away, like old photographs left in sunlight. But art is permanent, and shadows never truly disappear. They just find new subjects to cast them. I have to go now. The orderly is here with my medication, but his shadow is walking in the wrong direction. And I swear I can hear very faintly the sound of orchestral music playing on an antique phonograph. Click. The phone call. There's an old saying that nothing good happens after 2 a.m. I used to dismiss it as something parents tell their teenagers to keep them from staying out late. Now I know better. Now I know that the real horror begins at exactly 3:33 a.m. It started 3 weeks ago. I was jolted awake by my phone's ringtone, that default iPhone marimba that suddenly seemed sinister in the dead of night. The screen's harsh blue light illuminated my bedroom as I fumbled to silence it. Through bleary eyes, I saw my own phone number displayed as the caller ID. I almost declined the call. Looking back, I wish I had. But curiosity got the better of me. After all, how could I be calling myself? Hello? My voice was thick with sleep. For several seconds, there was only silence. Then I heard breathing, slow, measured breaths that seemed somehow familiar. A chill ran down my spine as I realized why. They were mine. I would recognize the slight whistle on the exhale anywhere, caused by a deviated septum I'd had since breaking my nose in high school. I hung up immediately, my heart pounding. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat up until dawn, telling myself it was just a glitch, a crossed line, or maybe even a dream. But deep down, I knew better. The next night I was wide awake at 3:33 a.m. staring at my phone. Right on schedule, it rang. My number again. This time when I answered, I heard myself breathing, and then something else, quiet sobbing. My own voice, crying in a way I hadn't since my mother's funeral 5 years ago. It went on like this, night after night, always at 3:33 a.m., always my number, always my voice, doing something different, sometimes whimpering, sometimes humming that lullaby my mother used to sing, sometimes reciting fragments of poems I'd written and never shown anyone, things only I could know. I tried everything to make it stop. I changed my number twice. I bought a new phone. I even tried staying at hotels, but the calls followed me. I stopped sleeping, surviving on coffee and fear. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My coworkers started asking if I was okay. I wasn't. Last night was different. When I answered, I heard myself whisper, "Tomorrow night, I'll finally show you why." The voice was mine, but wrong somehow, hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well or a grave. So here I sit in my locked bedroom watching the minutes tick by. It's 3:28 a.m. now. My phone is on the nightstand, screen dark. My hands are trembling as I write this, trying to document whatever happens next, because I know something is going to happen. I can feel it in the marrow of my bones. 3:29 a.m. I'm thinking about all the times I've heard my own voice on the other end of the line. Was it really mine? Or something else? Something that's learned to mimic me so perfectly that even I can't tell the difference. 3:30 a.m. 3 minutes left. My throat is dry. The silence in the room feels heavy, pregnant with possibility. I've triple-checked the locks on my doors and windows. Not that it matters. Whatever's been calling me, I don't think locks will stop it. 3:31 a.m., 2 minutes. I'm remembering something my mother told me when I was small, about how the veil between worlds is thinnest in the hours before dawn. She was always superstitious, my mother. I used to think she was silly. Now I'm not so sure. 3:32 a.m., 1 minute. My phone screen just lit up on its own. No notification, no reason. Just glowing softly in the dark, like a beacon or a warning. 3:33 a.m. It's ringing. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely hit the answer button. But I do. Hello? My voice cracks. Hello, Sarah. My voice answers back. But this time it's not coming from the phone. It's coming from behind me. I spin around and there I am, standing in the corner of my bedroom. But wrong, so wrong. My skin is gray and waterlogged, my hair hanging in wet ropes around my face. Water drips steadily onto the carpet, forming a dark pool at my feet. My other self's eyes are milky white, but somehow I know they can see me. What are you? I whisper. My doppelganger smiles, revealing teeth that have gone black with rot. I'm you, it says in my voice. From the lake. Don't you remember the lake, Sarah? And suddenly I do. 5 years ago, right after my mother's funeral. I was drunk, devastated, driving too fast on the winding road that borders Lake Marshall. The guardrail gave way like it was made of paper. The water was black and cold. I remember the car filling up, remember thinking that maybe this was okay. Maybe I'd see my mother again. But then I changed my mind. I fought my way out of the sinking car, swam to the surface, survived. Or at least, that's what I thought happened. You never made it out, my other self says, taking a step closer. Water squishes in its shoes. Your body is still down there, Sarah. Still strapped into that car at the bottom of Lake Marshall. What's left of it, anyway? No, I shake my head. No, that's not possible. I'm here. I'm alive. I've been alive for 5 years. Have you? It asks. Think hard, Sarah. When was the last time you felt hungry or thirsty? When was the last time you actually slept, instead of just lying in the dark waiting for my call? When was the last time anyone other than your coworkers spoke to you? I open my mouth to argue, but the words die in my throat. Because I can't remember. I can't remember any of those things. 5 years, my other self says softly. 5 years I've been down there in the dark, while you've been up here pretending to be alive. But it's time to stop pretending now, Sarah. Time to come home. It reaches for me with gray, bloated fingers. Its touch is cold and wet against my cheek. And suddenly I can feel the water filling my lungs again, can feel the pressure of the lake crushing down on me, can feel the slow decay of 5 years beneath the black water. The next morning, Sarah Chen doesn't show up for work. Her co-workers notice her absence, of course, but none of them seem particularly concerned. In fact, when asked about her later, they have trouble remembering exactly when they last saw her. Some say it was yesterday, others swear it was last week, and a few insist they haven't seen her in years, not since that tragic accident at Lake Marshall. The police eventually break down her door and find her apartment empty. The only unusual thing they notice is a large wet spot on her bedroom carpet, roughly the size and shape of a person lying down. But by the time they think to take samples, the spot has dried, leaving no trace behind. At the bottom of Lake Marshall, in the rusted remains of a 5-year-old car, 2 bodies sit side by side in the driver's seat, identical down to the last detail, slowly becoming one again in the endless dark. And somewhere, a phone rings at 3:33 a.m., waiting for someone to answer. Death has come. My dad was a strong man, the kind who could weather any storm. But cancer, Stage 4 esophageal cancer was the storm he couldn't beat. Watching him wither away, confined to his bed, was like witnessing a mountain crumble, one stone at a time. It was during those last few weeks, as my family and I cared for him in his bedroom, that things started happening. Things that I still struggle to make sense of. It began with a feeling, a subtle creeping unease that seemed to hang in the air. My mom felt it first. She'd tell me she couldn't shake the sensation of being watched, even when she was alone. I brushed it off, chalking it up to stress and exhaustion. We were all running on fumes after all. But then I felt it too. One evening, as I stood in my parents' room, talking to Dad, I got the unmistakable sense that something was behind me. You know that prickling awareness at the nape of your neck, like someone is just out of sight? That's what it felt like. I froze mid-sentence, my words trailing off as a shiver rippled down my spine. "Are you okay?" my dad asked, his voice rasping and weak. I didn't answer right away. My eyes darted to the doorway that led to the living room. That's when I saw it. A figure, about 4'6", jet black from head to toe, was peeking around the corner. Its head tilted slightly, almost curious. Long, slender fingers gripped the edge of the door frame, its knuckles unnaturally bony and gnarled. It wasn't solid, but not exactly transparent either. It was as if the shadows themselves had taken form, dense and impenetrable. My heart slammed against my ribs. Without thinking, I bolted toward it. The figure slipped back around the corner, its movement impossibly fluid, like smoke dissipating in the wind. By the time I reached the doorway, it was gone. I stood there, breathing hard, staring at the empty living room. Nothing. No sound. No movement. Just the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the ticking of the wall clock. I stepped out, searching every corner, but it was like the thing had evaporated. When I returned to my dad's room, he was watching me with a puzzled expression. "What's going on?" he asked. I hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Finally, I blurted it out. I saw something. I don't know what it was, but it was standing in the doorway. His brows furrowed, and for a moment, I thought he'd tell me I was imagining things. Instead, he gave me a look that I'll never forget, a mix of fear and resignation. Over the next few days, others began seeing it too. My mom was the first. She was sitting in the living room late at night, reading, when she saw the same black figure standing at the edge of the hallway. It didn't move, didn't retreat. It just stood there, watching her. She said she felt paralyzed, unable to look away until it finally faded into the darkness. My cousin, who stayed over to help with Dad's care, swore she saw it peering into the kitchen one morning as she made coffee. It always seemed to appear in the periphery, never in full view, as though it thrived in the edges of our awareness. By this point, we were all on edge. Sleep came sparingly, and every creak of the house set our nerves alight. My dad, strangely enough, never saw it. He would listen quietly as we recounted our experiences, but he never seemed surprised. One night I pressed him about it. "Do you think it's real?" I asked. "This thing?" He looked at me with tired eyes. "I don't know what it is, but I think it's here for me." His words hit me like a punch to the gut. The final days were the worst. The figure appeared more frequently, as though it was circling closer, its presence heavier and more oppressive. My mom started hearing whispers at night, faint and unintelligible, like a conversation just out of earshot. Once, She woke to find the figure standing at the foot of her bed, its featureless head tilted as if studying her. She screamed, and it vanished. The night my dad passed, the house was eerily silent. I was sitting by his bed, holding his frail hand, when the room grew cold, unnaturally cold, the kind of chill that sinks into your bones. I glanced at the doorway, and there it was again. This time, it didn't retreat. The figure stood motionless, its form darker than the shadows around it. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It felt as though the air had been sucked from the room. Then, slowly, it lifted a hand and pointed at my dad. Tears streamed down my face as I whispered, "Leave him alone." The figure didn't respond. It simply lowered its hand and stepped back, disappearing into the hallway. Moments later, my dad took his final breath. After he passed, the figure vanished. None of us saw it again, and the house felt lighter, as though a weight had been lifted. My mom moved out a few months later, unable to bear the memories that lingered in every corner. To this day, I don't know what we saw. Was it a manifestation of death, come to collect my father? A hallucination born of grief and exhaustion? Or something else entirely? Something darker and more inexplicable? All I know is that it was real, too real to ignore or dismiss. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, convinced I feel that same cold chill. And every time I can't help but glance at the doorway, half expecting to see it standing there, watching, waiting. Because deep down, I know it wasn't just here for him. One day it'll come for me too.